So what does it mean? Or the most likes? What does it mean? You call your friends, call everyone to like. We're looking for the videos with the most likes. Top 3 will get our reservation for Valentine's Day. So you get to have breakfast and dinner. So I'm making it clear. You got to have breakfast and dinner, so you can call in, order for them to bring dinner to the room, or you can go down and enjoy the buffet, enjoy some great music, whatever you want. Just know that that weekend is covered. That is Friday into Saturday. You can enjoy yourself courtesy Today FM 95.1. So, should I say it again? Let me say it real quick. What is required of you? Very simple. Make a video. Make a video of you and your partner, and just people will tell us how you met. Share that video on Facebook. All right? Share that video on Facebook and tag Today FM on Facebook at Today951FM. At Today951FM. Tag us with the hashtag Purple Val. That's Purple Val. How I met you. Purple Val. How I met you. Use that hashtag and tag us. All right? Call your friends. Call everyone to like the videos with the most likes. The most likes would get our tickets. 3 tickets we're giving away. 3 tickets for a Valentine Day day out at a price hotel. It's very straightforward. So we're keeping it as simple can be. So you all can just relax and enjoy yourselves. If you want to use that time to perhaps renew your vows or whatever you want to do, hey, we'll give you that weekend away to just go and enjoy yourselves. All right. So, hey, make that video now. Don't waste time. Make that video now and post it. Now, by Tuesday, we're going to be announcing the winners. So we have today's Thursday. So there is Friday, there is Saturday, there's Sunday, there's Monday, there's Tuesday. So by Tuesday, we'll be announcing the winners. All right. We'll announce the winners on air so you know, and then we'll reach out to you and tell you the other details that are required. So it's very simple, very, very simple. That's our way of giving back on Valentine's Day. All right. So get in there, get those phones, cameras, make those videos, post them, and share with us. Pretty simple. So the second one is on the 13th is World Radio Day. And on World Radio Day, we're opening the studios on all our shows. We're inviting two persons that have followed the radio for a while to come sit with us and share their radio experience. Has radio been a blessing for you? Has radio been an instrument? What has radio been to you? Okay, what has radio been to you? So I would have 2 persons sit with us on today's quest on World Radio Day, which is on Thursday, the 13th of February 2024. Okay, so 2 persons will sit with us. 2 persons will sit with Faustina and Queen on either it's on Talk That Talk, and then 2 persons will sit with Maxwell later in the evening. And if 2 persons are also willing to sit with Amaka on Lovey Dovey, we're going to make that happen as well. So we're opening our doors on the 13th of February 2025, not 2024, 2025 on World Radio Day for those that follow and listen to just come in and share their experience about the radio. It's very simple. So how are we going to select that? Well, just stay here. Stay here and listen to us so you know if you are our lucky pick. All right? That's the special information I have for us this morning on the radio. So let's go over and look at some of the stories. It's 8 minutes now past the hour of 8. We'll look at some of the stories this morning and just continue what we do. So platforms to reach out to us and make your contributions clear. 0817 0000951 0810 9510951. Again, 0817 0000951 0810-9510951. Those numbers are available for you to call in when the phone lines are open. And then you prefer to send messages, text via the traditional WhatsApp channel, or you want to send normal text message, if you know what I mean. So 0701 9339 962, 0701 9339 962. Use that. On Facebook and X, we have more posts. Okay. On Facebook, we have posts there for you. All right. So make your contributions. Facebook at Today951FM, Today951FM. Whereas on X, we have posts for opinion poll at Today FM 951, Today FM 951. So on Facebook, Today 951 FM. On X, Today FM 951. So you have the post there, opinion poll, general post on Facebook, whereas on X you have just opinion poll. So let's take you through the stories now this morning. Let's begin with Daily Post. Before we get there, today is International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation. International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation. Ending female genital mutilation by 2030. That is the target. Female genital mutilation, FGM, comprises all procedures that involve altering or injuring the female genitalia for non-medical reasons, and it's recognized internationally as a violation of the human rights, the health and integrity of the girls and women. Girls who undergo female genital mutilation face short-term complications such as severe pain, shock, excessive bleeding, infections, and difficulty in passing urine, as well as long-term consequences for their sexual, reproductive health and mental health. Although primarily concentrated in 30 countries in Africa and the Middle East, female genital mutilation is a universal issue and is also practiced in some countries in Asia and Latin America. Female genital mutilation continues to persist among immigrant populations living in Western Europe, North America, Australia, and New Zealand. Over the last 3 decades, the prevalence of FGM has declined globally. Today, a girl is 1/3 less likely to undergo FGM than 30 years ago. However, sustaining these achievements in the face of humanitarian crises such as disease outbreaks, climate change, armed conflict, and more could cause a rollback of the progress toward achieving gender equality and the elimination of FGM by 2030. More than 200 million girls and women alive today have undergone female genital mutilation. This year, nearly 4.4 million girls will be at risk of this harmful practice. It equates to more than 12,000 cases every day. So there you have it. So today is International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation. It still happens in some of our communities, though. Let's hope that one of these days the light will get there. Daily Post. Why Tinubu jacked up proposed 2025 budget from 49.7 trillion to 54.2 trillion naira. That's coming from Bagudu. In a surprise move on Wednesday, President Bola Tinubu jacked up the proposed 2025 budget from the 49.7 trillion he earlier presented to the National Assembly to 54.2 trillion. President announced an increase in the proposed budget size in separate letters forwarded to the Senate and the House of Representatives. Corroborating the National Assembly, Minister of Budget and National Planning, Atiku Bagudu, recalled how the President submitted 49 trillion budget to the National Assembly and legislative work commenced. He explained that the legislative work continued with interactions between the Executive and the National Assembly, as well as the Economic Management Team, which continued to interrogate all the figures. According to Bagudu, while the process was still ongoing, the Senate Committee on Appropriation, Senate Committee on National Planning, and Senate Committee on Finance established that we can generate more revenue by tasking all the institutions to do more, and the Federal Inland Revenue Service confirmed the ability to do more than was submitted. It was established that the government-owned enterprises can contribute more revenue as well as the customs service. So additional revenue amounting to over 4.5 trillion naira was established, and this was taken to the president, and he guided that this additional revenue be used to further strengthen the Bank of Agriculture, Bank of Industry, support the diversification program by putting more money in the solid mineral sector, as well as infrastructure projects. Commenting on the adjustment of the medium-term expenditure framework, MTEF, Bagudu stated that even when the budget was submitted, the MTEF was amended. The MTEF that was initially approved was for a budget of less than 49 trillion. So it goes further, and so the consequential amendment to the MTEF will certainly follow. So that's it. PDP BOT snubs Ayawu, affirms Udo Okoye as National Secretary. We'll listen to Senator Adolphus Wabara speak on this. He's the chairman of the PDP Board of Trustees. Speak on this. So I'm just going to roll this story over. And then Udo Okoye can't be National Secretary. Ayawu replies PDP BOT. Former People's Democratic Party National Secretary, they say former, Samuel Ayawu has rejected the decision of the party's Board of Trustees BOT to affirm former National Youth Leader Sunday Udo Okoye as the authentic National Secretary. Ayawu said the BOT's decision affirming Okoye as National Secretary cannot be taken serious. Reacting to the BOT decision, Ayawu insists that Udo Okoye could never be sworn in as directed due to an ongoing court case. Addressing journalists, he argued that the expiration of the tenures of about 80% of the BOT members who attended the meeting at Transcorp Hilton Hotel in Abuja would prevent the BOT's decision from taking effect. I am a member of the BOT. I was not invited to the meeting, and neither was the national chairman. This says a lot. In any case, the tenure of about 80% of those at the meeting expired in October last year. They are also aware that this matter is in court. Even Chairman Wabara, who was taken to court, sent a representative. Their advice is just that, advice. It cannot be taken seriously. Well, Ayawu was speaking there. Inadequate security responsible for fight at PDP Secretariat, Wabara. Now, this story is funny, but part of what he said, you listen to him talk about it, that henceforth, until security is guaranteed at Wadata House, they will be having their BOT meetings away from Wadata House for security reasons, right? But at the last BOT meeting, Wabara had said that foreign security, in quotes, did not come in to the Wadata House, that the security there were provided by the PDP chairman. He said so. So if he's saying that, because he sounded like whatever happened, there was no need for alarm, no cause for alarm whatsoever. It was well contained and managed by the national chairman of the party. So that would suggest that there was no scare to them. Why then are you moving your meeting to another location rather than the PDP National Secretariat? But hey, he's the chairman of the PDP Board of Trustees, and he says going forward, they'll be having their meetings out of the Wadata House until security is guaranteed. So let's move on from that story. You listen to him speak there. And then Amamechi's friend, Peter Side, or Dakuku Peter Side, speaking. Former Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NEMASA, Dakuku Peter Side, on Wednesday declared that he's not on the side on the side of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike. Peters has said he does not belong to Wike's camp, adding that he aligns with Wike's predecessor, Rotimi Amechi. The former All Progressives Congress governorship hopeful spoke during China's Television Politics Today program yesterday. He puts it this way: I am a friend of Rotimi Amechi. I am not on the side of Nyesom Wike. He, however, said he was ready to provide advice to the incumbent governor on how to move the state forward. When Nyesom Wike was governor, recall that I was writing open letters to him consistently, giving him my advice. I did that for some time. If Governor Fubara seeks my advice, of course, I'll be willing to give it, like I do for many governors. Dakuko speaking there. Najatu, Ribadu on serious amnesia. El Rufai pulls out evidence of NSA's comments against Tinubu. Some of the persons trending so much on social media, on X in particular, Ribadu and El Rufai. And then you just have people making case for Buhari and Jonathan. When I see some of these quotes, I'm like, are you guys so... You have that amount of time. Like, what difference does it make right now? People are just arguing, oh, Buhari is better than Jonathan. Oh, Jonathan is better than this. Well, I don't know what started it. Well, I know that somewhere in the mix is Aisha Yesufu, who called out, what's his name again? Is it David Ondei, the investigative journalist? They seem to have some kind of a brow on X. But then she came out in fierce attack of Jonathan and so on and so forth. Well, it started from there, apparently. Started from there, and people are taking the time to defend. But El-Rufai has been in a public spat with his successor in Kaduna State. Oh, the successor did this. Oh, the successor did that. Oh, this and that. Oh, this and that. I think I saw one reply from Ubasani, the governor of Kaduna State, to the multiple statements from El-Rufai. It's now public. Like, this whole drama is now public. El-Rufai is coming out with a lot of statements on X, attacking the current government of Kaduna State. Well, so you have a lot of things as a result of that, fallout here and there. But this is it. Yesterday, he put out this post. Just after the show yesterday, it didn't take an hour. I saw El-Rufai's statement on X saying that maybe he's having some kind of serious amnesia to forget some of the things that he said back in the day. Former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, has thrown his weight behind the leader of Northern Star, Najatu Mohammed, amid allegations against the National Security Advisor, NSA Nuhu Ribadu. Daily Post reports that Mohammed had, in a viral TikTok video, claimed that Ribadu had, while serving as chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, discredited the virtue of President Bola Tinubu and other top politicians who are currently in the government. Wading into the matter, El-Rufai, in a post on his official Facebook page on Wednesday, shared a screenshot of an old newspaper that captured Mohammed's claim. According to El-Rufai, Nuhu must have serious amnesia, insisting that Najatu's statement is accurate. The former governor claimed that the record of proceedings in the Senate will confirm that Nuhu made those statements sometimes in 2006. Subsequent Daily Trust report below of February 2007 reconfirms the essence of the statements. The conclusions of the Federal Executive Council in 2006, which can be subpoenaed from the Cabinet Secretariat of the SGF office, contain the allegations. In that special FEC meeting in which I was a member, Nuhu's EFCC made similar presentations accusing many sitting officials sometime in 2006. These council conclusions will further remove all doubts. This for the record, and to remind the morally flexible that at some point in our national life, silence is no longer golden. And he actually attached the old copy of that print to buttress his point. But we heard that Najatu has told Ribadu, I'm ready for you. I'll meet you in court. I'm not retracting. I'm not apologizing. Let's meet in court. Well, let's see what happens. Vanguard newspaper is our next stop. Let's go to Vanguard now. Lagos crisis. Maybe some truce for now. Lagos Assembly crisis. Miranda survives as Tinubu fails to meet GAC team. Strong indications emerged on Wednesday that President Bola Tinubu had accepted the plea of some critical stakeholders in Lagos to let the decision of the House of Assembly impeaching former Speaker Mudashiru Obasa and electing Speaker Mojisola Miranda stand. President Tinubu did not meet members of the Governor's Advisory Council GAC who were in Abuja to see him on resolution of this issue on Wednesday before jetting out to France on a private visit en route Addis Ababa, Ethiopia for the 46th Ordinary Session of the Executive Council and the 38th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the African Union Heads of State. The AU session is scheduled for February 12th to the 16th, 2025. As it is, the House is expected to resume sitting today, Thursday, as against the earlier directive with Miranda in charge. Former Speaker Mudashiru Obasa was impeached in absentia by 32 of the 40 members of the House on January 13, 2025, over alleged financial misappropriation, misconduct, and high-handedness, among others. In its stead, they elected the erstwhile deputy, his deputy, Miranda, as Speaker. The move led to conflicting reactions from members of the GAC, party faithful, as well as the general public. The development did not augur well with Tinubu and some party leaders who said they were not carried along in the removal of Obasa. The lawmakers reportedly apologized for the misstep in writing. There were moves to give Obasa a soft landing by reinstating him or commuting his impeachment to resignation. In the alternative, there were calls for Miranda to step down as Speaker because she's from Lagos Central as Governor Sanwo-Olu in order for a lawmaker from Lagos West to be elected as Speaker. Names of 3 Lagos West lawmakers were shortlisted. However, the legislators rejected the above options. The 20 lawmakers from Lagos West declined the speakership and threw their weight behind Miranda. Lawmakers insisted that they must be allowed to run their own affairs if the legislative arm must function appropriately in delivering the Greater Lagos project in line with Sanwo-Olu's themes development agenda. The GAC, apex decision-making organ of APC, whose decisions are binding on members, is led by Pa Tajuddin Olusi. The GAC departed Lagos on Tuesday with the intention to present the communique of the meeting and signatures of lawmakers on the decision to retain Miranda as Speaker. The meeting was botched as the leadership could not physically meet with them. Sources say the president had a telephone conversation where the matter was laid to rest by allowing the status quo to remain. Okay. Tinubu writes Senate seeks increase of 2025 budget from 49.7 trillion to 54.2 trillion naira. We'll listen to Godswill Akpabio read out the president's letter and the areas of increased revenue. It's only because of increased revenue. They said they were advised by you. You listen to Bagu to speak on this issue, right? So I'm rolling this story over to Tinubu seeks approval to sack 3 RECs, that's resident electoral commissioners. You already listened to them. Rec for Abia State, Ike Uzochukwu. Rec for Adamawa State, Udu Yunusa Ari, and Sokoto State, Nura Ali. They have now been officially terminated as resident electoral commissioners of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in those states. Okay, so I'm rolling this story over as well. Daily Trust is our next story. Students burnt alive as fire breaks out in Zamfara school. A sad story. A fire outbreak at an Islamia school in Koranamoda, local government area of Zamfara State, has claimed 17 lives. All the victims were said to be Amajiri students who were burnt beyond recognition while their charred bodies littered the building. Eyewitnesses say the fire started late on Tuesday and raged for about 3 hours, leaving 16 others injured. A resident of the area attributed the cause of the inferno to the ignition of some stored sticks, locally called kara, according to Channel Television. Narrating the incident, the source said it happened at Makaranta Malam Gali inside their study hall. There were about 100 of them in the house. After they evacuated the students, they thought none of them remained inside the house. It was when they returned after the fire, they saw their body parts like legs, hands, and corpses of the victims burnt beyond recognition. He added that 17 dead students have been recovered or buried. 17 dead students have been buried as of Wednesday. Speaking via telephone, the chairman of Koranamoda LGA, Comrade Mani Mwazu Haidara, confirmed the incident but stated that he was on his way to the scene and will provide further details later. A sad one. Shetima, how debt can be transformed into economic assets. Vice President Kashim Shetima has inaugurated a supervisory board of the Debt Management Office DMO as part of efforts by the federal government to strengthen fiscal and monetary policy coordination. He said the move will ensure long-term debt sustainability in line with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda. Speaking during the meeting of the board on Wednesday at the presidential villa, the vice president, who is also chairman of the board, charged the members to come up with a more strategic option to public debt management, arguing that debt must be used for economic growth and poverty reduction. Noted that Nigeria must continue to use public debt as a vehicle for the development of critical infrastructure and tool for economic growth and poverty reduction. With prudent management, debt can be transformed into an asset for economic growth and poverty reduction. Our goal must be to formulate policies, regulations, and guidelines for DMO with a view to achieving long-term debt sustainability for our country. Shetima went on to explain that this approach aligns with the Renewed Hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, which prioritizes fiscal discipline, economic stability, and sustainable development, stressing that borrowing, when applied prudently, could serve as a catalyst for economic growth rather than a financial liability. As you all know, public debt, if prudently applied, becomes an asset for economic growth and poverty reduction. However, recent realities in our economy call for stronger coordination between our fiscal and monetary policies. Well, Vice President speaking there. And then Tinubu off to France on private visit. Well, you heard parts of this. Let me read parts of it, yeah? It's basically off to France on a private visit. What does that mean? Shouldn't we know? Can Tinubu still enjoy a private status as president of Nigeria? Well, the statement was released by Special Advisor on Media and Publicity. Not Media and Publicity, no. Anyway, Bayo Nanuga released this statement. Information and strategy. Yeah, information and strategy. The president would stop over at Addis Ababa, the Ethiopian capital, for the forthcoming African Union Summit from the 12th of February to the 16th of February. But the president has left the country already. He left yesterday. Today is 6, so I guess he will return to the country from that summit, it would seem. Okay, so the president will arrive in Addis Ababa early next week for the African Union, while in France, President Tinubu will meet with his French counterpart, Emmanuel Macron, the president of France. Court jails Professor 3 years for falsifying election results. The High Court sitting in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State has sentenced Professor Ignatius Udok to 3 years in prison for electoral fraud. The professor was arraigned on 3-count charges of abandonment of duties and generation of false scores on Form EC B1 on the 10th of March 2019 at INEC office in the state. During the State House of Assembly election, announcement and publication of false election result, and lying on oath at the inception of the Election Petition Tribunal. In his judgment on Wednesday in Uyo High Court 5, Justice Basi Ekanang acquitted Uduk of count 1, but convicted and sentenced him to 3 years imprisonment each on count 2 and 3 to be served concurrently. Uduk, who was the coalition returning officer of Esen Udim State Constituency in the 2019 general election, was first arraigned in court by INEC on December 9, 2020. Uduk is a professor of human kinetics, University of Uyo. Premium Times continues with that story. Let me just read that story, and then I'll return to this one. Premium Times. Give us a moment. Give us a moment. Let's look at it. Nigerian professor jailed for election fraud appeals for state pardon. The professor, jailed on Wednesday for falsifying election results, recounted his ordeal to a judge since his trial began in 2020. I'm not going to go over all of that, but if you're interested, you can read it. He says, "This is my first offense. I am appealing to the court to give me a soft landing, either by fine or state pardon." The professor, who was brought to court in a wheelchair, told the judge, "I'm 70. I am going to prison. I was a professor in 2005, but the university forcefully retired me in 2020 because of this case," the professor said, begging the court to pardon him. And then Ganduje, APC NWC, received Ned Woko, vowed to take over Delta in 2027. The national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, on Wednesday received Ned Woko, representing Delta North Senatorial District, into the party. Mr. Woko, formerly of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, recently defected to the All Progressives Congress, APC, citing deep divisions and factionalization within the party at the state and national level as reasons for his defection. He said the development had made it increasingly difficult to foster unity and advance the collective interests of the people of Delta. Mr. Woko formally wrote the Senate informing it of his defection to the APC. The letter was read by the Senate President Godswill Akpabio during Wednesday's plenary, caused all the drama with Abamoro asking that his seat be declared vacant. However, receiving the lawmaker at the APC National Secretariat in Abuja, Mr. Ganduje said the party would work with Woko and other stakeholders to take over Delta in 2027. "We are happy to receive you, and you are most welcome to our great and nationalistic party. We want a highly organized APC in Delta, and we promise to work with you. We believe in national unity, integrity, and providing for Nigerians, and we have internal democracy." The APC national chairman added that the country under President Bola Tinubu is working because its economic policies are beginning to yield positive results, assuring the lawmaker of the cooperation of the APC leadership saying a mega rally will be held in Delta to receive him and others formally at a later date. Well, Woko said his mission was to join forces with other APC stakeholders to ensure that the party takes over the state in 2027. He says, I was elected to make a difference in Delta, but wasn't given that opportunity. I believe in 70 people, but I was not getting that opportunity in Delta State. PDP, I know what our party will do to win elections in Delta, and I will join hands with others to do it in ensuring that the APC takes over the state in the next election. I'm on a mission to ensure the APC takes over Delta in the next election. We have all that it will take to take over the state. We know what to do because we understand the politics of the state. All I ask is for your support. Okay, so there you have it. Let me go back to some of the other stories. I think 2 more stories that I skipped before arriving here. So, fighting corruption is difficult in Nigeria. ICPC speaking. Fighting corruption is difficult in Nigeria. ICPC chairman. Corruption is difficult to fight in Nigeria because corrupt officials often manipulate the judicial process to escape sanctions and protect the proceeds of corruption. The chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, Musa Aliyu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria SAN, said on Wednesday in Abuja. Aliyu spoke at an engagement with Northern Nigerian media editors, during which he highlighted the achievements of the ICPC under his leadership in 2023 and 2024. Mr. Aliyu lamented that corruption remains widespread in the Nigerian public sector, despite the efforts of the anti-corruption agencies, stressing that fighting corruption in the country requires courage and the cooperation of citizens. The ICPC boss cited the case of an agency where he said a hospital project was paid for 5 times. There was a case of a hospital that was paid 100% 5 times, yet there was nothing to show for it. Ali also gave another case where a government official allegedly listed his wife, son, and an in-law on the payroll of his agency, even though the son was a student who had not attained working age. That tells you how bad the problem of corruption has become. We cannot continue like this. All of us should join hands to tackle corruption in this country. Fighting corruption is not easy because when you fight corruption, corruption fights back. Those involved in corruption are united in their evil. They try to lie against us in order to discredit what we are doing. But as a nation, all well-meaning members of the public must join hands to tackle corruption. We don't have an option. If we don't tackle corruption, our children will have no future. If we don't fight corruption, those involved would wreck the economy and we will all suffer for it. And then said the ICPC boss urged the Nigerian media to see the anti-corruption war as a duty, adding that the nation needs to fight corruption if it must enjoy socio-economic development. Okay. So this will be our last story. Wow, 8:38. Oh boy, yeah. Our last story. Maybe I'll just allow you to read it. I think I should do that. IGP suspends PSC's directive on regularization of cadet officers' appointment dates. So, if we don't read it today, we'll read it tomorrow. Welcome, everyone. Let me introduce members of the panel. And let's just stop for a short time before we go for a commercial break. I think in 10 minutes we'll have a commercial break. Some guests will join us in the studio. Dr. Fineface, Jumna Fineface, Executive Director, Youth Environmental Advocacy Center, YIC Nigeria. Welcome, Doctor. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, everyone and panelists.
Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, our in-house analyst, is also here. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Opaka Dokubo, Senior Vice President, NUJ, Zone F, South. Welcome, sir.
Kelly, good morning, panelists. Good morning, everyone.
It seems the senior is his son.
No. He understands.
Senior.
He understands he's the senior that I mean. He's senior colleague.
It's all right.
It's not that I don't look for trouble. If I was the kind of person that look for trouble in this NUJ space, when I look for trouble, I'll run to him. I say, senior, I've come and protect me. But they don't even see me, sir. I come in peace.
I call for that clarification because if not, his son would have thought to see me.
Today is a day of peace.
Today is a day of peace.
It's all right.
Let's hope for now.
I support it.
You support it?
Yes.
With all the PDP matter, let's see if you can hold yourself. Engineer Deka, Richard Kadom, MNSC 2019 governorship candidate, Publicity Secretary, Forum of Concerned, and patriotic ex-governorship candidate, River State G1. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you, Kelly. Good morning, River State.
Okay,
the good people of River State.
Bad people there.
You will select the one you say you follow.
I don't follow for one political blast. I like peace. I want peace today.
I think gifts from Yanegua also, we always talk about all the bad people that, that's the way he puts it. Okay, it's not the one.
It's Sam.
It's Sam. Exactly, sorry.
Bad Sam.
Yeah.
Since I have two Ogoni sons here, I won't pass this over. So let me ask you about the president signing the bill on the what's that thing again?
Environmental technology.
Ogoni.
Especially with the environmental.
Yes, the environmental man is here. I saw a post from you.
Yeah.
I saw it and I'm like, you celebrated it?
Yes, of course. We do. We welcome the university.
Fantastic idea.
Yeah, the Federal University of Environmental Technology, Ogoni. We welcome it because it's a premier university, I must say. The first university focused on the environment, and not just that, but also going to focus on renewable energy research and development. So we welcome that. I think we thank Mr. President for giving us the university, and we thank the sponsor of the bill that led to the university's establishment, Dr. Bernard Ampigi, Senator representing the Rivers Southeast Senatorial District, and all others who supported us to have that. I think we thank Mr. President. But that is not a gateway to oil collection, if that's where you are going,
So
it's not a gateway.
It's not.
Right.
Yeah, it's just like.
But it will boost the confidence now of people.
Somehow, maybe like 7.5%.
7.5%.
Yeah, because the core issues are there.
When we say 7.5, is the highest mark 100?
Yeah, highest 100.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No move has been
Kelly. That's why I needed to clarify that. 7.5?
Yes. Because the university is just situated in Ogoni. Doesn't mean it is owned by the Ogoni people.
And it's a federal government university.
It's a federal university.
I think they shocked me.
Yeah, Kelly, I will throw a little different line from what my brother and friend have just said. You see, I see that move by the president as a very crafty one. Yes, because I've also seen the president as being interested solely in the oil in the Ogoni land. And I just see that move. Even when I listened to them yesterday, who were part of the delegations, I listened to them clearly, and it all drives towards collection of our oil. And I don't see anything so enticing with that university, because if it drives towards just the sole aim of collecting our oil beneath the soil, that means it's not a welcome development to me. It might be just because of the fanfare of it, but I'm looking at it because I know the president very well in his way of getting something. He has thrown this to the Ogoni people now, and has asked them, go home, go on. In fact, they fixed the meeting on Saturday to go and tell the people that we've gotten A, we will get B, just like what I predicted before, that the president is going to come little, craftily, gradually, so that once he sees what he has done, the entire country will say, give them the oil. It all gears to oil. So I'm not comfortable, I'm not convinced about what has happened. Thank you very much.
Okay, so people are not having it. Has APC brought upon themselves a strong opposition with El-Rufai? El-Rufai appears to be the man that is on fire right now. Najatu said, you called Tinubu corrupt while you were EFCC chairman. If you were going to sue Najatu, before Najatu will come out to say, don't worry, I'm meeting in court, El-Rufai was already on social media. Are you having amnesia? You said it. You said it. Have they by themselves made El-Rufai a force to deal with? Mr. Andukwe.
Well, the way I assess something, El-Rufai has always been a force to be reckoned with Nigerian politics. And of course, like I said, you remember the exact words I used the day we discussed about El-Rufai, Amechi, and all the reply from either APC or so. I said, if 10 politicians are brought into this room and they are making their comments, once El-Rufai makes his own, there are takeaways you must make from them. That's my assessment.
Okay.
And I've been following his comments.
Sorry.
Right now, I don't think whether they have made him. No, I don't think they've made him. Rather, he has got his opening. Because an opponent in politics, you might be finding it very difficult to pass through a path that will give you what you want. But now, that road, that path is becoming maybe trunk C road, which is enough to accommodate vehicles to pass. So, I think El-Rufai will indeed intensify what he has been doing. The difference now is that the people that were his friends are now his foes, as it were, political foes for that matter. And so he will hit at them. Yes, he has got something to use. I think it's Ribadu is asking whether he had amnesia or so. Good. You know, he is also somebody who is fearless. If truly he heard when Ribadu made that comment, and Ribadu is now maybe squeaking backward as if because of the position he occupies in this administration and all that, El-Rufai, if he has evidence, in fact, he will shop for evidence and present it even in court.
It's not if he has evidence.
Good.
He shared the evidence.
It's all right.
He shared the evidence on X.
You can see that myself I did here to that extent.
To buttress his point that Ribadu is having some kind of amnesia.
Good. So I don't know of amnesia, but at least he has hit him. Now Ribadu come out with a counter to what El-Rufai has shown us.
I'm not sure Ribadu want to do that. So let me just read it. Will frustrate Tinubu, Kalu, others. Ribadu. Governors seeking electoral positions will continue to be pursued by the EFCC, the chairman said yesterday. New Ribadu, who spoke with newsmen at the presidential wing of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, however, said that the commission decided to single the Lagos State Governor, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, his Abia State counterpart, Chief Orji Uzor Kalu, and the Governor, Ibrahim Shekarawa of Kano State, out because they were the only governors seeking fresh elective positions. He vowed that the governors would be prosecuted for alleged corruption following their indictment by an administrative panel of inquiry. He said Tinubu and the rest, that's other governors, should consider themselves as very lucky. They ought to have been where Joshua Dariye, the impeached Plateau State Governor, Ayo Fayose, the impeached Ekiti State Governor, and DSP Alamesia, former Bayelsa State Governor, also impeached, are today. They cannot escape. Quote Ribadu there.
Then, is it Kelly? I don't know. Why is Ribadu now saying that? What's the name of that woman also?
Najatu.
To meet him in court.
He has the right to say.
He thought Najatu will now start shivering or what? Well, she is going to be more emboldened, at least having a lieutenant in the person of El-Rufai.
She has already told him I'll meet you in court.
It's all right.
We'll meet in court.
So let them meet in court.
But for now, we have to go to the market. Let's go and pay some bills. When we come back, we'll take the views of other panelists on this issue, and then we'll look at other stories as well. Stay with us. We're back in a moment. Good morning.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Okay, we have a gentleman from Diamond FX Academy. I'll allow him to introduce himself because I want peace today.
Good morning, Kelly. Good
Welcome,
morning, Port Harcourt.
They don't know your name.
My name is Collins Oguzie from Diamond FX.
So, what do you do at Diamond FX?
Okay, for Diamond FX, as we have been saying, is a Forex Academy that teach people about how to trade the Forex market from beginners to professional level. You know, a lot of people have been looking for a way to learn the Forex market, online trading, as to say. You know, when you talk the word Forex is not just about buying or selling of dollar. Forex is means of exchange.
Okay.
But we're talking about the online aspect of the means of exchange. So the online market, how do you make profit from the sales of dollar, stocks, indices, making exchange from brokers. So how do you identify the market movement in terms of buying and selling period? How can you make some little profits? You know, people mistaking it to get rich quick scheme.
Okay.
In a sense, they invest in some people who are also traders, and at the same time, they lose. So what we do to people is that we teach you how to trade the Forex market. And we don't just teach you and leave you. We give you capital to trade, as long as you are students. We give you from our own capital, because one thing about the Forex market is that it demands equity. So that equity, we have a liquidity provider that supports you with capital. So that's what I'm trying to tell people, that you can choose this as a course. After your lecture, within 1 to 2 weeks of your lecture, the company sees that you can now follow the instructions provided by your instructor. They provide capital for you to trade, instant capital. And it's very, very cool, just like learn and earn.
Okay.
So in essence, you're not risking your capital after learning. You're starting work immediately after learning or during your learning. So within 2 weeks of your first training, the company funds up to $10,000 account for you. If you need more capital, the company will say, okay, scale it up to this area. Can give you up to $100,000 accounts, depending on what your pockets can afford. But as long as you are a student, credit training for our students, you are going to get the first basic capital, which is about $10,000 from the liquidity provider, which is not your money, it's the company's money. So make profits and share the profit to the company. You keep 70% and company keeps 30%.
How much capital are we talking about here?
$10,000 capital. If you want to, first of all, you must be our student, because we train you to our own taste.
So there's a requirement, there's a prerequisite.
Of course.
So that is, you must be a student.
You must be a student.
What does it take to be a student?
Enroll for the students classes. We have a different package for student classes. We have the one for only beginners level, which is basic level. We have the one for basic, intermediates. We have the one for basic, intermediate, and professional level.
Okay.
So these ones, based on the package you're picking, the company can scale up the capital for you.
So let me just confirm. So you continue.
Okay.
Anybody can choose any of the levels, or there'll be a test to state where is suitable, because a newcomer can say, I don't want to do basic.
Okay.
And he wants to jump.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible. First of all, we must teach you. First, I mentioned from beginning, beginners level only, that lasts for 2 months.
Okay.
We have the beginners and intermediate level that lasts for 3 months, up to 6 months. And one have beginners, intermediate, and professional level that lasts for 1 year of a lecture.
Okay.
And this account, you must start from the basic. So the more you climb, the more you follow instructions and maintain the rules governed by the company to protect their capital, they keep scaling up the capital for you. So you're not risking your money in this aspect.
So the minimum is $10,000.
It's $10,000. That's what we scale up with.
So someone that goes through the basic,
yes,
can enjoy $10,000
of course,
in support,
of course,
capital support.
Of course, that's $10,000 capital support.
And then they keep progressing. That support increases as well.
Exactly. That's because one thing about it is that this is just like you going for university, and the company said this is a school fee for it, but you're only paying it once, and they provide capital for you, they provide job for you, so you must keep to the standard of the job. Don't get sacked. Don't get sacked simply means don't lose the money. Don't go and do things on your own and lose the capital. At the same time, you're now looking for a way to continue looking for another job to support your education. So you're only paying once for registration.
Okay.
And the profits you're making from these capitals can be used to scale up your education level.
How much is the registration? Can we ask?
It's $250.
$250. That's
Yes.
the cost for the education.
Exactly.
Okay. And it's for the different levels like you mentioned.
Exactly. We have $250 one. The one for the intermediate level is about $500.
Okay.
Then the one for professional level, we have one professional level for $1,500 and one for $1,000.
Okay. So, what are the channels that they can reach out to you?
Okay, you can actually reach us at the phone number at 0808 916000. I'll repeat again, 0808 916000. You can as well visit our office at plot 157 Romaba Hasne Estates by Aba Road. You can call the number, we can direct you. It's very, very simple. We have been making it easier for people to learn the system because, yes, the forex market is genuine. It is risky at the same time. But currently now, the company is bearing the risk, but they want to train you because we have people who has the capital. We are looking for good traders. So they entrusted these funds to us, although they still reserve their rights as the liquidity owners. So you're just using one stone to kill 2 beds or 10 beds.
Okay.
Because one, it's possible to make up to $300 with this capital because you're not rushing to make $1 billion overnight. Like I said, forex market is not a get-rich scheme that people just rush into. It's something you take gradually and consistently make profits. So pay for the education. The company gives you capital to trade.
Okay.
It is not your money. It is company's money. But make profits and share the profit to the company.
What's the sharing formula again?
70-30. You keep 70%, companies keep 30%. That is exactly how it is. It's, we're making it very easier for people. It's not come and test it, come and do it, and follow our signals.
I had to say that wow out loud. Like.
Of course. It's very rare to get, no? We have been here for over a year, telling people, if it's not well for us, we'll not be coming here consistently. Okay?
Why should people trust you above the others?
Okay, let's give an instance now. I'll simply make a simple statement here. Earlier, people do some investment packages, and based on the risk in the forex market, you want to pay your investor a certain promised amount, and at the same time, you scale up the risk. And instead of scaling up this risk, you may end up losing the money with emotions. So we don't do that. We don't take money from people. We don't tell you, come and invest money. It's not an investment. We simply tell you that in this angle, learn. So your appetite should be on learning to gain the same knowledge that you're giving this person money to trade for you. So why don't you simply learn and do it yourself? So it's a do-it-yourself program. It's not that you put your money, it keep multiplying for you. There's a struggle in it. In life, you must struggle to get it. So that struggle is also to teach you how to trade, proper risk management, and how to make profits consistently. As long as the account is maintained by the rule governed by the broker, which is the liquidity provider, your capital is safe, which is the company's capital, because it's considered your own, because it's going to be in your name. The money is going to be written in your name, deposited in your name. But you cannot withdraw the capital, take notes, because it's covered. You only withdraw the profits.
Oh, you cannot withdraw
It's not your money now, it's the company's money.
Yeah, but I have access to it now.
You have access to it, but you cannot withdraw it.
Okay.
You can only have access to withdraw the profits. Okay?
So you have to work hard to make that profit.
Exactly. So in that case, what we do, because of this, the safety of the money, what the company says that this person must pass through this education and guidance by the instructor, provided by Diamond FX.
Okay.
Because they believe in our education.
Okay.
So you follow the instruction and the signals provided by Diamond FX. So you can scale up profits. And you can withdraw as low as $20. Share profit with you. So you make $20, like I say, I want to withdraw and keep my change for transportation to come to the office for a lecture, or you want to do online, the choice is yours. We don't know what you want to do with your money. So
your phone numbers again and physical address.
So our phone numbers again is 0808 916000. You can call the line, or you can visit our office at plot 157 Romaba Hasne Estates, opposite Sita School, along Aba Road.
Can you slow down with the numbers?
The number again is 0808 916000. I repeat, 0808 916000. 60000. So call the number. I'll give you more information on how to enroll for the education. The capital will be funded for you.
Do you have a final word?
The final word is do not accept the investments proposal by anybody. Give you more limit trade for you. It's better you learn for yourself, trade by yourself, make profit by yourself, and scale up your capitals.
Mr. Collins from Diamond FX Academy, thank you for making the time and sharing this information.
Thank you very much, Kelly.
The news update just around the corner. Stay right here.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. President Bola Tinubu has raised the proposed 2025 budget from 49.7 trillion naira to 54.2 trillion naira, citing additional revenues generated by key government agencies. The president conveyed the budget adjustment in separate letters sent to both the Senate and the House of Representatives, which were read during plenary by the Senate President Godswill Akpabio. According to President Tinubu, the increase was driven by 1.4 trillion naira in additional revenue from the Federal Inland Revenue Service (FIRS), 1.2 trillion naira from the Nigeria Customs Service, and 1.8 trillion naira generated by other government-owned agencies. Following the announcement, the Senate President has referred the President's request to the Senate Committee on Appropriations for urgent consideration. He assured lawmakers that the budget would be finalized and passed before the end of February. With this development, the National Assembly is expected to fast-track deliberations to ensure timely approval and implementation of the 2025 budget. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has announced the recovery of 73 stolen vehicles across Nigeria in 2024 through the National Vehicle Identification Scheme portal. In a statement signed by the Corps spokesperson Olusegun Ogungbemide, this achievement resulted from intelligence-driven operations conducted in collaboration with other security agencies. He noted that the recovered vehicles were intercepted at the point of registration, preventing them from being integrated into the system. The statement also mentioned that Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed commended FRSC personnel for their dedication and professionalism in ensuring road safety and security, emphasizing the importance of accurate vehicle registration details, stating that proper documentation plays a crucial role in intelligence gathering and vehicle recovery. The Federal High Court in Abuja has adjourned till March 18 for a ruling in the suit filed by Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals against the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, and 5 others over the issuance of petroleum import licenses. Justice Iyan Ekwo adjourned the matter to deliver a ruling on the preliminary objection filed by NNPCL challenging the competence of the suit. Dangote Refinery, through its counsel, Ogu Onoja, is asking the court to nullify import licenses issued by the NMDPRA to NNPCL and 5 other companies: AYM Shafa Limited, AA Ranu Limited, T-Time Petroleum Limited, 2015 Petroleum Limited, and Matrix Petroleum Services Limited. It is also seeking 100 billion naira in damages from the regulatory authority for allegedly continuing to issue import licenses in breach of the law. On the foreign scene, the United Nations says more than 100 female prisoners were raped and then burnt alive during a jailbreak in the Congolese city of Goma. Hundreds of prisoners broke out of a prison last Monday after fighters from the M23 rebel group began to take over the city. Between 165 and 167 women were assaulted by male inmates during the jailbreak, according to an internal UN document. The report states that most of the women were killed after the inmates set fire to the prison. Goma, a major city of more than 1 million people, was captured after the Rwanda-backed M23 executed a rapid advance through eastern DR Congo. The city was plunged into crisis and chaos, with bodies lying in the streets and missiles reportedly flying over residential homes. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Good day, listeners. We have some guests in our studio today from the National Entrepreneur Hub. Please kindly introduce yourselves.
Good day, listeners. My name is Edwin Obane. I am a senior consultant with the National Entrepreneur Hub.
Good day, listeners. My name is Tete Inamiti, a consultant with the National Entrepreneur Hub.
Please tell the listeners why you are here today.
Thank you very much for that question. We are here to inform our Port Harcourt audience about the Global Economy Project that enables retirees anywhere in the world to earn residual income.
What is the National Entrepreneur Hub all about?
The objective of the National Entrepreneur Hub is to show retirees how, through a proven cash flow system, they can earn residual income. It enables retirees to cope with the ever-increasing personal expenditures, which one source of fixed income, pension, cannot meet. The National Entrepreneur Hub for the first 6 years have been assisting retirees and those that are about to retire nationwide to derive greater benefits from their retirement benefits before such benefits run out. The National Entrepreneur Hub helps to create multiple income streams from a single source and thereby avoid the financial discomforts that are associated with the too often fast erosion of retirement benefits. The National Entrepreneur Hub is in partnership with reputable international and national organizations that are major players in the global economy. We help retirees after many years of employment and those about to retire to find their voices, live their dreams, live their lifestyles, become even more productive, and adapt creatively to the fast-paced socio-economic changes of the 21st century. The National Entrepreneur Hub is the national cash flow platform that shows retired individuals how to raise funds for their businesses or projects over a period without taking any loans. With the National Entrepreneur Hub, selected retirees can control global market share in the global economy and own their own cash flow businesses. Since 2016, the National Entrepreneur Hub has helped over 5,000 partners worldwide achieve financial independence, and the number of partners is rising by the day.
Now, in more specific terms, how would the National Entrepreneur Hub project benefit retirees and those about to retire?
The project will especially help retirees and those about to retire create multiple cash flow from a single source, generate funds to expand existing businesses or start new projects, create residual income, qualify for free or all expenses paid trips to choice destinations in the world, and enjoy the vacations and more fulfilling lifestyle they had ever wished for. Have access to first class and free mentorship for 6 months by our top international and national masterminds and consultants, and learn the system tools and skills needed to self-development and sustainable wealth creation.
So what are the criteria that will be considered for selecting retirees or those about to retire, and how can they contact the National Entrepreneur Hub?
Well, to my fellow retirees and those about to retire who are listening, do you need to raise money to start a new business, having realized that fixed pension funds lose their purchase value over the years due to inflation, changes in the economy, and increase in personal expenditures in the absence of other and regular sources of income? Do you need to expand an existing business? Do you need to raise funds for the education of your children or wards in the face of the ever-rising cost of quality education? Do you need to raise funds to take care of rising healthcare expenses for yourself, family, and dependent relatives? Do you need to raise enough funds to enjoy vacations anywhere in the world for which you never had the opportunities while in employment, lack of time, and inadequate finances? Do you need to be part of the social solutions that are so much needed from charitable men and women to reduce the widespread pains and sufferings due to the excruciating poverty of the populace? Reputable studies have consistently shown that 60 to 80 years are the most productive creative, and positively impactful years for men and women who remain physically, mentally, and intellectually active after retirement from paid employment? Do you need to be more productive and useful to yourself and the society after retirement? If your answer is yes to any of these questions, then send name and location to the numbers that would follow shortly. The National Entrepreneur Hub has only 40 slots for retirees in Port Harcourt. Only the first 40 people that will pick up their phones now and send their names and location to us during this program will be selected. The countdown starts now. Send name and number to these numbers.
0701 195 9864. 0701 195 9864. 0701 195 9864. 0701 195 9864.
Mr. Inamiti, what is your closing message to your fellow retirees?
When I retired from paid employment like every other retiree, I was paid my retirement benefits. Also, I received my monthly pension. There are two facts every retiree knows. 1, gratuity is a one-time payment. 2, pension is a fixed monthly earning. While both incomes are fixed, the expenditures from the day one retires into the 70s, 80s, and beyond, if God keeps one alive, are not fixed. If while our expenses are ever increasing, we neglect to do something to create more sources of residual income, we would be living a highly risky financial life. This can have undesirable effects on our health, reduce our abilities to provide adequately for our families, make it difficult for us to assist those who would love to assist, and prevent us from living our ideal lifestyles. These facts dawned upon me less than 1 year after retirement, and I wondered how I would survive sufficiently with fixed pension income in the face of the disruptions and the uncertainties in the economy, such as accelerating inflation. I wondered how I can adequately take care of myself, my family, and other dependents. How can I have residual income to mitigate the fast depletion of my savings and live happily as I advance in years? How will I maintain an active mind and body and keep learning and growing? It was at this critical point in my life that I discovered the National Entrepreneur Hub. Thanks to the National Entrepreneur Hub, which we are today unveiling to 40 lucky persons in the city of Port Harcourt, the National Entrepreneur Hub has changed my financial life in such a way that my income now exceeds my expenditures. For those close to retirement, let me say emphatically that depending only on one source of pension income is an invitation to personal financial crisis. As you are about to move from one stage of one regular income source to the stage of multiple expenditures, I advise you to be proactive and plan for residual income, because fixed pension does not change, but your expenditures will keep rising in an environment of unstable and inflationary economy. Take the action today that will make for better tomorrows in your life. Thank you.
Mr. Obani, what are your parting words to your fellow retirees and those about to retire on this laudable project?
Thank you. From my experience, and no doubt the experiences of many pensioners, the best time to plan for retirement is on the first day of employment. If you failed to do so yesterday, the next best time to do it is now, today, because our tomorrows will be the result of our actions and inactions of today. And that tomorrow will unfailingly come without our permission, and we shall come face to face with the consequences of our actions or inactions. When I retired, I was paid a handsome gratuity, and I equally received handsome monthly pension. It did not take me long to discover that my expenditures were increasing while my income, monthly pension, remained fixed. My bank transaction history showed more reds than greens. On my cell phone, there were many debit alerts for each month and only one credit alert, the pension alert. And the reality dawned upon me that I must create additional streams of cash flow to bridge the fast widening gap between my expenses and expenditures if I must live a hateful financial life. The National Entrepreneur Hub provided a platform that has enabled me to achieve that. I am also enjoying the additional benefits of renewed self-development through exciting mental and intellectual activities that are so necessary for healthy living, which every retiree deserves after the long years of paid employment. I am therefore encouraged and excited to recommend the National Entrepreneur Hub to my fellow retirees and those that are about to retire. Dear listeners, think about the ever-rising inflation, the uncontrollable high cost of food, high cost of housing, high medical bills, high cost of education, ever-increasing dependency ratio, high cost of utilities, electricity, petrol, diesel, kerosene, gas, and multiple taxes and charges. Can one source of fixed amount of money as income cater for all this? The answer is no. These inescapable expenditures, which the majority of retirees fund from a single source, a fixed income, have no respect for gratuity and pension, no matter how handsome they may seem at the time of retirement. If you are lucky to be selected today, our representatives will contact and schedule you to meet with our senior consultants who will guide you on how to generate multiple income from one source.
Do you need to be more productive and useful to yourself and the society after retirement? If your answer is yes to any of these questions, then send name and location to the numbers that would follow shortly. The National Entrepreneur Hub has only 40 slots for retirees in Port Harcourt. Only the first 40 people that will pick up their phones now and send their names and location to us during this program will be selected. The countdown starts now. Send name and number to these numbers.
0701 195 9864. 0701 195 9864. 0701 195 9864. 0701 195 9864. 0701 195 9864.
Thank you and God bless you as you made the right decision.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back. All right, thank you, everyone. Let's continue our conversation. Today's quest, Today 95.1, the newspaper review segment. Kelly here. Panelists still seated. Let me go straight to Dr. Finefish Chimnamene. Ribadu, Rufai, Najatu.
These are people who are showing off, with their quarrel, distracting Nigerians, distracting even themselves. You see, Ribadu is the National Security Advisor the last time I checked.
It has not changed.
Okay. And someone holding that kind of position is supposed to be relatively careful in what he says or does, because everything he says or does has security implications.
You don't overthink this thing. Nigeria be this one.
Yeah, it has.
It has?
Yeah, definitely.
In this country?
It's supposed to be so because they are the presidency today and they are supposed to be representing.
That's why I said you're overthinking it.
So when you see the way they go about some of these things, the way they talk and use their positions and stuff like that, Ribadu was already like relatively, or let me say quote unquote, gone in this country, and he was resurrected from somewhere, by the current administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So holding that office now and looking at the way he's going about certain things, I think he needs to really refine the way he relates, because look at those comments and things that I think he's just overheating the whole thing. And this quarrel that is going on now between the three of them and all of this, is it necessary? These are some of the things that, as those who are holding those kind of positions, and they can even sort out some of these things without letting the public know. But just leave these people to their fates.
Senior, Ribadu said, I never called Tinubu corrupt. Najatu said, you didn't just call Tinubu corrupt, you called Tinubu, Uzo Kalu, and Shekarau corrupt while you were EFCC chairman. If you don't retract and apologize in 7 days, I'll meet you in court. Najatu said, I will meet you in court. I'm not afraid of you. El-Rufai came out to say, what's wrong with you? Are you having amnesia? You said it in 2006. There are records to prove that you said it. So when Ribadu says what he's coming out to say, I did not say it. Sometimes they seem to forget. There are some things that, even I would say, and somebody tell me, Kelly, you said that, and I can drag. We don't even have evidence to support it. But these are men that, when they make some of these statements, they are captured, they are on print, they are on electronic media, and they still come out, and even social media. I'm waiting for those videos to surface on social media. Because somebody could drop them one of these days where he articulated it clearly. Anyway, the point of this is, have they opened the door for an opposition in the person of El-Rufai attacking them the way he's attacking them left, right, and center?
I don't know whether they opened the door or El-Rufai just saw an opening and jumped in.
They didn't give him cabinet position.
Whether they didn't have to open the door for him. I think El-Rufai also, he knows what they know. He had been there in fact, he had sometimes been there, the engine room of whatever they were doing, the brain box of the APC and everything that came to be. Why they did to him, what they did to him, it's difficult to tell. But it's like El-Rufai is on a mission. He has to take his pound of flesh. Where that will lead them to, I do not know. But for no Ribadu, I'm wondering why it was necessary for him to jump into this fight. What was it about? What exactly? No Ribadu.
Proof is integrity now.
What?
Integrity. The lady tried to tarnish his reputation. That was wrong. He wouldn't just sit by and did nothing, and the woman would just run roughshod on him. No.
So he had no way of getting around to actually fact check or at least go back to see whether these things she's talked about.
What am I fact check when I'm certain that I didn't say
now
those
the things are coming out in your face. What is it? Sorry.
Roberto will speak now for himself.
See, I don't want to believe that they are playing some games with Nigerians because, like Fine Face said, look at the position you're occupying in the country and look at where we are. There's so many things that should preoccupy you. As they say, if you have to attend to every dog that bites on the road, you probably won't get to your destination. Why? Well, you have a job to deliver. Deliver on it, and at the end of the day, take the credit for delivery. But if you expect that nothing is going to come in your way, nobody is going to throw stones at you, I think you will be making a mistake. But that every stone that comes, you will have to look for this thing to also, for crying out loud, you just make light of the responsibility that you have. That's the way I look at it. For Ribadu, I think there is no point. Whatever you have to prove, even if you go to court now, what will happen? You waste everybody's time, distract the entire country, make it look like we have no other serious business in our hands, or that the job you have is something that is not weighty enough. These are things we can ill afford. And I wonder, somebody appointed him to do that job, and I don't know whether that person is actually watching. Can call him to order. This is not why we are here. But if all of them don't think that we don't have serious issues on our hands, it's unfortunate. I think Nigeria should just let them understand that we have more serious business.
Kelly, that the position being occupied by Ribadu is not a political position. It's a very serious one. That's to do with security of this country. And you see, at the past 3 or 4 months, he has made some certain things, and he has been quiet after we talked about it, after Nigerians reacted about it, yes, about 2 or 3 occasions, and it just went low. And I expected him to as well to maintain that point he is. He's in charge of the entire security of this country. And once he says a word to trigger something, and something will lead to something. What is the problem that Obasanjo appointed you the pioneer of EFCC, and you did a very good job by going after those who perceivably were corrupt, because some of them were not jailed. Like he listed out, he said these 3 other men ought to have been where Alamesia, Joshua Dare, and one other one where, as at that time. A clear statement from a very gentle man who is doing his job. What has turned today? Because they've asked you to come from where you were, to come and eat. So he wants to defend your boss, which, unquote, Nigerians are saying is corrupt, because they are looking at certificates. There are so many things that they know about Tinubu, President Tinubu. There are so many things they know about him. So you coming out now when there are facts that you said all these things yesterday, what do you want to achieve? In fact, it's damaging the administration the more, because this thing will now linger. The lady have said, I'm meeting you in court. The man who has seen an opening, as according to you, because you're asking, it's not an opening. It's a real, like I said last week when I was here, I talked about him. Very fine gentleman who has the technical know-how on all fronts. That's El-Rufai. And he knows them match to match. He has been in the cartel business of this governor of Nigeria. Yes. From that time, Obasanjo time, running up to this time. He knows, and it's from that word, not an extraction, that is being perceivably hit now by Tinubu because of what's going on. So I will urge Ribadu to think twice. To think twice. If he wants truly his boss, which he's not claiming to claim or exonerate, to be intact, or the government to be intact, he should think to, because El-Rufai with some very good brains, are walking behind. They're walking. They came up last week and a lot of people were shivering. Yes, a lot of people shiver. Now you see the whole counter banter and all that. One attacking Amechi, one doing this and all that. There are good brains who has gone through the ropes and who knows what they know. So Ribadu should quietly think twice on what he's doing now.
And let's leave them now. We'll follow up, and if there's just about anything there, we'll bring you up to speed. But let's move on. President Tinubu off to France again. He's off again. Private visit. My question is, should the president continue to enjoy his private status when he's traveling? Fine face. Should he continue to enjoy a private status when he's traveling? Shouldn't we know?
We have to know. Knowing is just the periphery of what we need to even know. We should go beyond just knowing that Mr. President is traveling. We should try to know what he is going for. The moment you get into a public office, you try to lose some of your privacy to the people, because whatever move you take, it is the people's money that is being used. So the people need to know what their money is being used for, so that they know whether it is necessary or not, support you to do it or not, by way of them commenting, even if they can't stop you from going on those private visits. And if you call it a private visit, as they have termed it to be, is it not public jet that is using to fly to those places? It is. I don't think he took private, took a public jet because he's going on a private visit. It's not. He's using the public jet. And it's the public money he's going to spend there as well. His movement from Aso Rock to the airport and all the parades were official parade and everything. So what exactly even made the visit private? Because they don't want to tell us what Mr. President is going for. So I think some of these things are not just necessary, because we need to know what our president is doing, not because we may stop him from doing it, but because it is our president. We need to know everything that happens to him. The way they are even managing issues around Mr. President today, if you were to be during Buhari time, they wouldn't have even told us at some point, like they said that Mr. President here was paying him because of the sound of aircraft. This administration may not have told us that. So I don't know. They need to tell us more about how Mr. President is faring and everything we need to know, because he's our president. We care about him. Remember, we are a very religious country. So when they inform us what the president is going through or what he's going for, we pray for him. The Muslims, we pray. The Christians, we pray. And the traditional religious practitioners, we also pray. And, support Mr. President to be in good health or safe journey and go and come back to us and stuff like that. So we need to really give attention to that. They shouldn't be telling us about private visit. Because while in that country, we'll be signing papers, he will be communicating, he will be doing certain things to the country, his age will be taking information and all of those things. So they need to really be able to tell us what he's going for.
Mr. Takubo?
Kelly, in the public sector, you are employed. And when you are employed, your time, your employer, you are accountable to your employer. You have annual leave, a period of annual leave. But even then, your employer says that they give you where you will state where you are moving from this place to that place. And if you go beyond that, and anything happens, then your employer will not. The leave you are giving, you're told if it is Port Harcourt that your office is, it is from your office, from your Port Harcourt to your village. They expect that is where you're going to spend the leave. If you go beyond that and you travel out, and anything happens, then you're on your own, as it were. You see, so if the president considers himself an employee of the Nigerian people, and if you're going to have annual leave, then we should know that our president is on annual leave. What is it called? Transfer power to your deputy and then let the country run. I don't see how you are going to be you are fully engaged, you are not on any form of leave, and then you say private visit. Who is supposed to even grant you that permission to even... Are you not supposed to ask for permission to go on private business while you are fully engaged by your employer? Sorry. I don't understand this. Private visit
to France.
That's always... See, you see, this
by
is
the new jet.
This is where
the second-hand jet.
This is where the issue is. In other climes where you have the legislature at work, this is one of the things that they should be discussing now. Whether our president has a right to leave on private assignment while he is fully engaged. But this is Nigeria. And so whatever expenses he is fully paid for to engage in private business while fully engaged, he is fully paid.
Very revealing.
Haba.
So we should know.
We have a right to know.
I have a right to know. Sign the coin.
Well, Kelly, I think Fine Face and Parker have stated the obvious. We are supposed to know.
Okay.
But are we going to know? You know, Fine Face said this, we need to know. Yes, we do. But will they tell us? Now, you remember when Buhari went, that one they made it official and open, said he had ear problem. That was as far as we had the right to know. The second element and all the rest of them, where they parked the jet, Nigerian jet, is it Air Force One or whatever they call it,
Just say Nigeria's presidential jet.
Good. No, presidential jet.
We don't get Air Force One.
Okay.
Why not?
It's Air Force One.
No. Air Force One is the American code name for the president's jet.
Yeah, the same thing with Nigeria.
Air Force One. We don't find our own name.
You see.
We don't find our own unique name.
Okay, fly.
I think it's Eagle One or something.
Eagle One.
Whatever appellation the aircraft has. It was parked in London until Buhari came back up to today. I don't know whether you heard about what took him to that particular secondary. Thank you very much. You see, all these things, ordinarily, we are supposed to know. Like Opaka said, Nigerians employed him. Nigerians are the employers of President Tinubu. But the way things are looked at in this country, it looks as if he is the one that employed Nigerians.
Yeah, it seems so.
Because he does exactly what he feels. And the men that are working for him, everybody is fidgety. They don't want to say it, otherwise the right way should be. Because if you say it, you may lose that position. Not only losing the position, to say you may stay within the periphery of Asorok, you will not be there again. So once they sack you, if you were getting 1 million, you won't get even 5 naira from there again. So why not maintain the stomachs of your family? If not, why won't we know? Because as he is there now, did he not collect what is it, Western Code or whatever they call that? It's a private affair, but did he not collect such? The allowances that are due somebody traveling, will they be withheld from President Tinubu? So unfortunately, Nigeria is the way it is. That is simply the truth.
Kelly, the managers of the president is not doing Nigerians any good. They're not doing both him and Nigerians any good. These are the, let me say, 4 or 5 different times as making that private trips to France.
Yes.
And look at how they manage this one now. They said a route one African country or something.
I think that's even on his way back. It's on his way back.
Just imagine.
From the 12th of February.
And so just imagine. And Nigerians are kept in the dark. And no one is talking about it.
We're talking now. We're not talking.
And no one is talking about it.
When you say no one, I say our talk is not enough.
Oh, Kelly. That system of Asuro, that government toga. Did you hear anyone talk about it?
Of course.
The government of the day, did you hear anyone talk about it?
That's why we're citizens, because you won't expect those that feed from that post.
Why flying all the time privately to France? What happens to the power here in Nigeria?
Power.
The structure of governance.
The vice president is around.
Is he taking charge? Was there any transmission of any letter?
Well, there's a constitutional period.
Of what?
Before there's transmission of letters.
What? Is it only when he's traveling that we look for continuation of the letter transmission?
No, but there is a constitution.
Is it only when the president travel privately that will not know if that is happened or not?
There is a constitution.
In other ways, that will not happen.
Sir.
We need to know where our president is going to and what happens to him. Okay. If he's sick, we need to know. We are Nigerians. We need to know. We'll give him that job.
Okay.
We give him the job. So why not telling us every time privately going to France? Just France.
Maybe he has
only
business.
One place.
Maybe he has business in France.
Okay, so let him also tell us.
Kelly, my worry is that what is special, what is strange, if, for instance, President Tinubu is sick or is going for a medical checkup, and we are told that the president has gone on medical checkup in France, what is wrong? Does it sound strange? See, in Nigeria, don't people die? I don't understand these people that are in government. You see, once death comes, you will go. I have said it. I don't know why Nigeria seems to be hiding all those things. The former presidents of the country, are they still alive, all of them? That is the way it goes. There are those that are dead, and there are those alive that were former presidents. So those ones that died, are they not humans like the ones that are still alive? They were humans when they were alive. So, for me, I think private business, I'm asking, you are going for a private business, but you took a public aircraft bought by Nigerians. You went on that private business. But the privacy of that business is accentuated just because you are there. And like I said in my village, that tree that is in the center of the village, and any part of the village you are, when you fire a shot, it goes to that particular one on the this thing on the center of the village, and then the bullet falls there. Something is wrong with that particular tree. Privacy, private business, France. Something is seriously wrong there, or something is right.
And Kelly, I just want to let us know some angle to this. He's going on a private visit to France. There is an idiom.
Sorry, he has gone.
He has gone.
He left yesterday.
He left yesterday. He's in France now. There is an idiom, an expression we normally say, French leave. Absent from duty without permission. For putting it as a private visit, and you are serving Nigerians that voted for you, you didn't transmit any letter to the National Assembly to officially inform them you are leaving. That is a French leave he took to France. Not any other country, to France. And when they try to tell us that Mr. President is going for a private visit, what they are simply telling Nigerians is that don't ask what he's going for. It's private.
Exactly.
Don't ask.
That answers the question: should you continue to enjoy a private status?
It's a problem, because there is a parable in my place that if you borrow necklace from someone, you have to be very careful the way you put your neck in.
But that is true now.
Because if you stretch your neck anyhow, it may cut and there will be a problem. So that seat is not a private seat, it's a public seat. So he has to be careful the way he's doing his neck on the seat. Otherwise we'll be wondering whether he's shaking his head, and it's a problem.
So still speaking of Tinubu, they've increased the budget proposal to 54 trillion naira from 49 trillion. The reason is simple: increase revenue. We have more money, so we want to spend more. That's just a summary of it. We know that the National Assembly may likely give him what he wants. They may even increase the budget. They may even increase it. They might increase it. I don't know by how many percent, but they will definitely increase it. Well, in February, in fairness to the president, he presented that budget in December, and they could not pass it in December like they did last year. The last was in November, by December they had passed it. But this one they could not pass it in. It's still in the process. He has sent a notice to the National Assembly, wants to increase it. We have more revenue, we want to spend more. I just want your views on it.
What I don't understand is this one that you want to spend because you have more revenue. I thought the budget is a matter of projection.
Also.
So which one is you have more revenue? Is the money already there?
That's what they are saying. That this money now, customs, other government agencies and FIRS were able to rake in more money. So those monies have to be appropriated.
Wait, the budget is 2025 budget, isn't it? The money you are expecting to spend in 2025, you expect to make them in 2025, is it? Or is it the one that you have already made in 2025?
And they just made this one.
They also made this one.
They just made this one in 2025. So they want to put them inside the budget.
So let me clear that I know what Obaka is asking for. See, these are propositions, plans. They are not actual funds. But this particular one that brought about the raise is actual money they've made that has come in. So the proposition still can be widened, because there's certainty always that those monies that are plans will eventually be realized and be spent.
In any case, I hope. Let's leave it, because when you're talking to the layman who uses common sense, then what I'm talking about becomes, because what you tell is revenue projected, expenditure projected. 2025 is only 1 month gone, and now you have already made money and you want to put it aside, and the other one is still hanging out there. But I hope, keep that one aside, but I hope that whatever monies they are now putting in, are they putting in terms into agriculture? Is it into education? Is it into healthcare? Or are they using it to buy more cars for themselves?
They said Bank of Industry, Bank of Agriculture, give them more revenue and others.
See, I won't have a problem if they are using it to raise these, the budget proposals for these sectors I've mentioned. Because for me, these are critical areas that we need to raise budget. But I know even in the defense, a lot of people, a lot of agencies, MDAs, went there and were saying what was already projected for them was not enough. And that, so these monies that have just come in, are they going to use it in those areas that, or they are just, the Nigerian system, my brother, everything is just, I don't understand it. So there is nowhere, no, you don't want to save anything for anything. As it comes, just spend it. Let's just go. Meanwhile, we are owing and we are borrowing more.
We are owing and using 65% of our revenue to service debt.
And then, I think there was in the news this morning whether they are borrowing for how much money they are borrowing again. And the extra one you have now, you want to spend it. Just to go and borrow more.
Let's eat today. Tomorrow we may die.
Kelly,
I think it's a confused situation. Because, yes. Why I said so is that you talked about 2025 budget, which has not been passed or
not yet.
It has not been passed, and you are saying you are raking in more money, and you want to spend that money. Mm-hmm. No room for savings in Nigeria.
They are saving now.
No room for savings in Nigeria. What a country! What a country! We don't save.
What happened to the country?
We don't save. We just get the money, spend it frivolously on what? Buying of cars, escalates, buying of 150 million jets, brand new one, buying or building of a car park for 7 billion, 6 billion car park for assembly, where they park their cars. Is that why you borrow money to do? Is that why you raking money to do? Kelly, let me allow them to. I've asked my own questions as a citizen. We've talked about it, but would anything change? Let me leave it at that. Would anything change?
It's time to quit. Okay, why you're busy? 5 is still.
Yeah, Kelly. It's a kind of laughable to hear that more money is being requested from the National Assembly by Mr. President as part of the 2025 appropriation bill before the National Assembly. Now, why do I say so? It is because in 2024, we had a budget of 27.5 trillion naira. Let's say approximately 28 trillion for the country. As of January this year, 2025, when we reviewed the budget on the floor of the National Assembly, it performed only 43%.
Capital was?
Capital. No, capital was, I think, 25%.
Mm-hmm. No, but in terms of recurrent, they said they did 100% recurrent.
Sure, they will always do 100% recurrent.
So there are two major elements now. You have recurrent and capital.
Exactly. Generally, general budget performance was 43.
Yeah.
While capital, capital was 25% only out of 100. So now, you presented the original budget at 49 billion or so, 49 trillion. And now you are adding 5-point-something trillion to make it, let's say, approximately 54 trillion. If you subtract last year's budget that performed 43% from that, you have 26 trillion extra.
No, but you know that the capital span of that budget has been extended.
Yeah, it could be extended.
It was extended by the National Assembly.
In addition to that extension, we are now having 54 trillion, which a greater percentage also going to the same area. That is to say, the president has so much money that how to spend it is becoming his problem. That is if he's able to raise the resources. But then the point here is that I think we are not supposed to talk about raising that extra 5 trillion because we felt or we are feeling that agencies of government are going to generate more money. What if we save that money and we use that 5 trillion we are asking for now to address other issues, like maybe trying to cut down on our debt servicing is eating everybody deep. I heard the other day when I think they said someone said he has solution to Nigeria's problem and he didn't say it. To me, I feel that maybe he doesn't have. Because if you have, you give. Because the Bible says, freely shall thou receive, freely shall thou also give. That is why when I receive intuition and knowledge, I give it freely. Example of it is the Presidential Artisanal Crude Oil Refinery Development Initiative, PACO did that I generate. As I received it, I presented it to those who supported it, and then I presented free of charge to the federal government of Nigeria. So we should begin to see how to solve this problem. If this debt servicing is even making us to increase our budgets of our naira that is not very strong, I know a lot of money and funds we have borrowed for consumption, not even production. But if they are going to share all to Nigerians, like we normally say, let's see how much all of us we pay so that we can be debt free. If they can't go back to Paris to ask for debt relief. So I think it's not necessary, because at the end of this year, by 2026, when we'll be reviewing this year's budget, you will still see that the budget performance is still going to be very, very poor. So there is no need quoting trillions in documents just to extend how much those who are using the money to fund their embassies will just be able to withdraw and take out. So we should begin to focus on trying to use this money to develop ourselves. So to me, they will approve it for him normal, because according to Akpabio, I think anything that comes to the National Assembly from Mr. President will be given as a related hearing on attention, and it will be passed. So he will get it, but can we really be able to use it to affect and effect the benefit for every Nigerian? Let's see what works out at the end of the day.
Well, let's welcome Amopo Senebo Bobosofri Brown, Managing Consultant, CEO Grain Consulting. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly, and thank you to my fellow panelists. Good morning, Nigerians who listen to us. And if you're not a Nigerian, you don't know what you're missing until you listen to us.
Speaking of what we're talking about, the budget has now been increased by 5 trillion. Basically, President says we have more revenue. Government agencies were able to rake in more money. So we have come back to you to add it to our proposals for 2025.
Well, at least that's good news that we have more revenue. But it's good news to those who have access to that revenue, not to the Nigerian people. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu, interestingly, has not been required by civil society to commit himself to a contract with the Nigerian people as to where he met us and where he intends to leave us in terms of purchasing power of the naira, in terms of the percentage of the population that will be employed, in terms of productive capacity of the economy. Unless we pin the president down to discuss those things with us as Nigerians, the debt burden of his administration will go on how do I put it? Okay, the debt burden will go without being pinned down to how it will be paid back. What we have now is a situation where the president says he's making the economy made more money, and he kindly declared we made more money in 2024, which he wants to bring into the budget. This is a very curious...
No, this earnings is 2025. This 5 trillion is 2025.
Yes, in 1 month.
Yes, 2025.
Yeah. We need to know the growth sectors that generated this amount of money. Kelly, the reason why this is important...
FRS, and other government organizations.
Good. We need to know them. What do they do? How do they make the money so that national resources can be plowed in there to enable us generate more and solve our problems. Kelly, the trick that is going on, I suspect, is this. Everybody knows that the dollar-naira exchange rate is the critical barometer of our national productive base. It tells you what the Nigerian economy is doing or not doing. And since 2023, this economy has been taking a beating because the exchange rate of the naira says so, and it's true in objective terms. What has been happening? A second point is that the exchange rate of the naira itself depends by over 70% on crude oil sales and cost per barrel of crude oil versus cost of production per barrel. Why this is important is what is happening globally. First, Nigeria is unable to meet her OPEC quota. So President Tinubu has just gradually started hitting above 1.5 million barrels per day of crude oil. Secondly, as we look around globally, the oil market is not exactly what it used to be in 1999, in 2007, in 2014. What we're seeing now is that from the same federal government agencies, we heard that the predecessor of Mr. President, the same APC administration, sold all our crude oil in advance, called futures. They took the money into their loan coffers. They took the sales, the future sales, as guarantee for loans they got to run the APC administration from 2015 down to 2023. Now, you need to produce above 1.5 million barrels to be able to find a difference to put into the economy, which Mr. President is struggling to do. We haven't hit a steady 2 million barrels per day since 2023. And don't forget, this is an economy that was projected by 2003 as capable of doing 4 million barrels per day of crude oil. Right? So where I'm leading to is simply this. If we have such a huge shortfall below 2 million barrels per day
on our major revenue earner,
and the exchange rate
is still high,
is still hostile, not just high, it's hostile, where is this money coming from that we are sharing? Simple trick. That is what, it's an accounting trick they've done to us because you and I are not watching. It seems to me that what has happened is that for every liter of petrol we buy, we pay more money, those who consume. If you buy, for instance, 5 liters of petrol, the government gets off you more than 4,000 naira. Now, if you take that to consider the quantity of petrol sold on everyday basis, you find that the flood of naira within the government quarters is coming from that source. Excess of the difference between the price the petroleum product consumers are asked to pay in Nigeria versus the actual price it should be in a normal market environment. So by taking this money and pumping this naira and pumping it into the economy to settle states and local governments and make things look okay, it is a form of hidden taxation on the Nigerian people who are forced to pay. So when you say that we have suddenly seen excess of 5 trillion naira, it doesn't sound like budgeting, because budgeting projects where income, government revenue will come from. It didn't tell us so in their 2024 budget. It is not possible for you to have an invisible source it only means that your budgeting was not well done. But the critical thing that all of us should pay attention to is this. If the government is telling us 5 trillion naira extra was generated, which in itself means the government is criticizing its budgeting process, which should have told us where the money will come from in advance.
Okay.
We, the people, didn't know. And Kelly, this is what is dangerous. This is what is dangerous. The government suddenly finds itself with more money, which it did not tell us was possible to generate. How come we, the people, did not know? Now that we know that such a thing is possible and is happening, how do we as a people hold this government down to say we want the truth and nothing but the truth? Okay. Not because we want you to say it, but because we will calculate it for you and tell you.
All right.
What has happened is that the Nigerian people need to organize themselves into really committed groups to question and seriously interrogate government understanding, declarations, and applications of revenues that come into this economy.
We have to go for the news, pay some bills after the news, and we'll return to continue our conversation. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Senate has vowed the mass migration, popularly known as Japa by Nigerians to overseas countries on a daily basis would be reversed. According to the Senate, the reversal of Japa syndrome will be at the front burner of actions of the committee because the tide must be stemmed. Speaking in Abuja at the maiden meeting of the Senate Committee on Diaspora and Non-Government Organizations, the chairperson, Natasha Akpoti, said the committee will do this by collaborating with relevant stakeholders in the area of making Nigerians, particularly the youth, to believe more in their country and not the mindset of wanting to rush out of the country. Earlier, the immediate past chairman of the committee, Victor Ome, expressed hope in the ability of Natasha to take the committee to greater heights in the area of tapping required resource Nigerians and diaspora, and at the same time making the country attractive to those at home. The required at home through required collaborations. The Julius Abure and Farouk Ibrahim-led National Working Committee, NWC, of the Labour Party has accused the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, of trying to destabilize the party ahead of the 2027 general election. The factional LP decried what it described as unending statements with falsehood by the acting chairman of the Nigeria Labour Congress Political Commission, Professor Theophilus Ndubaku. The party expressed worry that such statements could ignite a breach of peace via negative aspersions on the integrity of Abure, the country's judiciary, and the Inspector General of Police IGP Kayode Egbetokun. LP's NWC accused Ndubaku, NLC President Joe Ajero, and some NLC stalwarts of trying hard to plunge the party into an avoidable crisis. The LP said the NWC bigwigs ought to be remorseful by now for allegedly working against the interests of the party's governorship candidates in the 2023 governorship election. Speaking in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, through its National Publicity Secretary, Abayomi Arabambi, the party's NWC cited Lagos, Imo, Nasarawa, Rivers, Cross River, and Ogun as states where the NLC supposedly supported the candidates of another party against LP's flag bearers. The Nigeria Customs Service (NCS) says it will implement a 4% charge on the free on-board FOB value of imports. Spokesman of the service, Abdullahi Mewada, who made this known in Abuja, said the move is in line with the provisions of the Nigeria Customs Service Act, NCSA 2023. Mewada explained that the FOB charge, which is calculated based on the value of imported goods, including cost of goods and transportation expenses incurred up to the port of loading, is essential to driving the effective operation of the service. He further acknowledged concerns raised by stakeholders over the sustained collection of 1% Comprehensive Import Supervision Scheme (CISS) fee. Mewada, however, urged all stakeholders to comply with the directive, which was conceived after extensive consultation with relevant stakeholders and organizations. According to him, under the leadership of the Comptroller General Adewale Adeniyi, the service remains committed to transparency, fair trade practices, and efficient revenue management. On the foreign scene, Guatemala's leader Bernardo Arevalo has promised to allow a surge of deportation flights from the United States as he won a show of support from U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. President Arevalo, who has been undermined by an elite that has connections to U.S. conservatives, promised to allow a 40% increase in flights repatriating Guatemalans and others from third countries, addressing a key priority for President Donald Trump. He also said the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers would visit Guatemala to help develop plans for a more modern port. The U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a Cuban-American and fierce opponent of Latin American leftists, has quickly sought in his new role as top U.S. diplomat to bolster ties with the region's conservatives. Arevalo said his country, a major source of migration, would accept both returning nationals and foreigners who will be sent to their respective countries. The approach is a stark contrast to Colombia, whose leftist leader demanded dignified treatment for deportees and sent planes to repatriate migrants after refusing U.S. military flights with shackled people on board, sparking a brief tariff tussle with Trump. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. It's time for us to get some bills paid. Very important part of what we do. Mr. Sebastian James, Head of Marketing, Sabaplus Homes and Investment, joins us this morning. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
It's not Happy New Year, no?
Yeah, it's Happy New Year, of course.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, sir.
Happy New Year.
And Happy New Month.
Thank you. Happy New Month.
Welcome. So we're talking real estate, yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
Tell us about your estate.
All right. Happy New Year, family. All right. This is from Sabaplus Homes and Investment Limited. And so talking about our estates, we have the great estates, all right? One of them is the Ultimate City Estates, which is an estate that is meant for the elites. When I say for the elites, people that love the good things of life, because that estate is, we have all the amenities around that estate. Security is there. And again, it's a place you can actually start your building project. If you want a place you can buy and start building. And this estate is located at the or Magwa, just a few minutes drive from the Port Harcourt International Airport. We have some amazing landmarks such as the Cactus Aluminium, the Cactus filling station, and of course the Sterling Global Oil and Gas Company. So it's an amazing place for individuals that love the good things of life. Now this estate is currently selling for 3.5 million. You remember when I was here at the last month, this estate was selling for 2.5 million. Okay. So currently now it's at 3.5 million. All right. So, dear investors, if you still want to invest in this estate, you still have opportunity to invest in this estate, because you can never tell. In the next 1 year, I don't think it's going to be selling for that 3.5 million that is currently selling now. And again, we also have the Ultimate City Estate, the phase 2. all right, of this same estate, we have the phase 2.
Okay.
So the phase 2 currently now is selling for 2.5 million. Remember, the last time I was talking about the phase 1, that was selling for 2.5 million, and now it's selling for 3.5 million. So the phase 2 is selling for 2.5 million. So if you're wise enough, this is the right time to jump on this estate and invest in this estate. And so this particular estate is also has an amazing landmark such as the Wiwe University, which of course you know, the Omagua station, because it's on this other axis, all right? And it's also close to the police station, Omagua police station. This particular estate I'm talking about, the phase 2. So it also has an amazing landmark for our investors. So if you're looking for something you can invest in order to start your building project in the next 1 year, I think this is the right place for you to invest currently. And of course, like I always say, if you want to be part of this estate, you want to invest in this estate, make sure you pick up your phone and then text us your WhatsApp number and your name. The reason why we need your WhatsApp number is so that we can send you the videos of this property. You need to see the video, see the landmark, and also the graphic of this property, so you can actually know which of them you should go for. And of course, you can also pay us a visit at Great Grace Complex, number 41, NTA Road, Usoba, by Usoba Town Hall, all right? But if you're sending us your WhatsApp number and your name, just text it to 081-80-637-508.
Can you slow down?
Just text your WhatsApp number and your name to 081-80-637-508. 081-80-637-508. So those estates I mentioned were the ones you can actually start development, right? Okay. Now, if you need something you can use for land banking, properties you can actually buy to resell in the future, we have one of them is the one we have, the Blossom Garden Estate, which is selling at the rate of 650,000 a plot. We also have something for 1 million naira, all right, which you can invest in, maybe to resell in the near future, all right, because land banking is one of the key for wealth creation in real estate space. So you can actually take advantage of those other estates. Don't forget, all you need to do is to text your WhatsApp number and your name to 081-80-637-508, and all the videos and the graphic of those properties shall be forwarded to you.
Okay, so how about your payment plans?
Yes, you can actually start your from initial deposit of 200,000, 500,000, 1 million, and spread it across 0 to 6 months, and with 0 interest rate on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The minimum again, you said?
From 200,000 to 500,000 to 1 million, you can deposit and then spread your investment across.
So if you miss the 6-month period?
Yes, if from 6 months to 12 months, we'll track increment on the property.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so Cyberplus buyback plan.
Yes, the buyback plan is an investment system that we design to protect our clients against inflation. I give you an example. Now, when we talk about inflation, what is inflation? Inflation is a stubborn increase, all right, in the prices of goods and services due to devaluation of currency, all right? I give you an example. You have 1 million naira to buy some bags of rice in 2023. That your 1 million can give you 20 bags of rice in 2023, all right? Now, fast forward to 2024, your 1 million can only give you 10 bags of rice or less than 10 bags of rice.
Because of inflation.
Yeah. And now we are in 2025. We can't tell how much we are going to buy rice at the end of the year. Now, let's say you are coming to Surplus Homes and you want to be part of our buyback plan project. And let's say you give us your 5 million naira to invest into real estate. That 5 million will give you 30% at the end of the year. So let's say your 5 million will now turn to 6.5 million at the end of the year, meaning you will make about 1.5 million on your 5 million investment. Now, if you had left that 5 million in the bank, inflation will attack it. Do you see why it's important you come to be part of a buyback plan? And so if you want to be part of a buyback plan, what you need to do is to also text your name, all right, and also text your WhatsApp number, indicate your interest. We are going to send you the packages that you can actually enroll and invest on our buyback plan. And this buyback plan are backed up with some important documents, such as the deed of buyback, which serve as a collateral based on any amount of investment that you make with us. We also give you post-dated check that carries what you are entitled for at the end of your investment plan. All right? We also give you what we call acknowledgement letter that also contain the amount you actually partner with the company and what you are entitled to at the end of the year.
Okay.
Are you getting me? Okay. We also give you a receipt of payment. These are important documents that shows that this company is transparent and that you doing business with us, you are actually in the secure environment.
All right. So your phone numbers again?
Yes. 081 80637 508. Just text your name and your WhatsApp number to 081-80637-508.
So you also do a real estate academy?
Yes. You see, a lot of people have interest to go into real estate, but they don't have money to invest in real estate.
Okay.
And they are like, which other way is left for an average you to make money in real estate space? And that's the reason why we set up this academy. The reason why we set up an academy is to teach you more about real estate and how you can start making money in real estate without any initial investment. And how do you do that? You can come through our real estate academy, get to learn about real estate, and then before you know it, you become part of our realtors community. Realtors are consultants who are trained to give expert advice on anything that has to do with real estate. So you can start counseling people about real estate. You can start referring them to some of our properties. You become part of our consultant, realtors. And then for every plot you sell, guess what happened? You earn 10%. Just imagine selling, let's say, a plot of ultimate city estate phase 2, which is 2.5 million. How much is your 10%? That's about 250 million. 250,000 naira. And so this is why you need to be part of this academy. So if you want to be part of our academy, just pick up your phone, text your WhatsApp number, and then your name, and indicate that you want to be part of the academy. Just text it to 081 80637 508. 081 80637 508.
Do you have a final word?
Yes. I always tell people that investing in land is the best investment that guarantees secure return on investment, because one, you don't feed land.
Okay.
All right. And land is just there for you. The land you buy today can never have the same value by next year. So I'm advising you to be part of this ongoing project with Surplus Homes. You can also be part of our investment program from your 1 million naira up to any volume, and then you can start earning 30% on your investment. So make sure you text your name and your WhatsApp number to 081 80637 508. 081 80637 508. Don't forget to visit us at Great Grace Complex, number 41, NTA Road, Uzoba by Uzoba Town Hall.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Sebastian James, Head of Marketing, Surplus Homes and Investment.
My pleasure.
Thank you one more time.
My pleasure. You're welcome.
All right, we'll return to our conversation in a moment. It's Today 95.1. Please stay with us.
Talk Radio.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue. I return straight to Mr. Ndukwe on his views about the budget being raised by 5 trillion.
Well, I think, Kelly, we should even be thankful to whatever it might be that makes it easier for us. You know that the 2025 budget has not been passed?
No.
Good. So it's still at the rudimentary level. They've done all the groundworks. And then these increase came in, realized, and then they are adding it to the budget. Whether it's an anathema ordinarily or not, but that's what they have planned. That's their plan. They are now adding it. You see, it's just like I always say, I want to go to Aba. I come out at the junction of this Today FM road. It is either I follow Rumokoro Road or I decide to follow Choba. However I run round, I will still go enter board a car that is going to Aba. There at Aba, I have reached my destination. That is exactly the same thing. Now, if we are talking about why this kind of thing should be done and all that, it is a waste of time. They may withdraw it. And later on, come up with supplementary budget, still with that amount. All is that, you see, this money made that has come up, we should have gone into other developmental strides, will be taken up and guzzled up. Simple. The issue is that, you see, this money, we are going to make it legitimately part of what our expenditure. So whichever way you look at it, whether through supplementary or this addition, but very kind to them, whatever made it kind to them is that they have not even passed this. So it's not going to have these questions of saying, why are you people always coming with this supplementary? There is no time money is enough for you people. So this one, they are starting it off with the budget. And it's a matter of accounting head. They'll give it a heading that will take this money. That's the truth. So for me, I'm not bothered. If the money was, the total budget was whether 50 trillion, whatever, then you add, I think they say 5 trillion now.
Roughly 5 trillion, yeah.
Thank you very much. It will be 55, simple. That's the projection for this year, which of course ordinarily should have been passed since, so that it will mirror the year 2025. But now it doesn't matter. All we are doing is capture the whole thing that is necessary. You see, this one that just came in, we are not going to leave it out of it. We are adding it and we are capturing it. That's the 2025 budget. That is the way I look at the whole thing in practical terms.
So I see a breakdown. Of what the plans are for the money.
Good.
Solid mineral sector, 1 trillion naira. Recapitalization of the Bank of Agriculture, BOA, 1.5 trillion naira. Recapitalization of the Bank of Industry, BOI, 500 billion naira. Critical infrastructure projects, RHID fund, 1.5 trillion naira. Transportation infrastructure, roads and rail, 700 billion naira. Border communities infrastructure, 50 billion naira. Military barracks accommodation, 250 billion naira. Military aviation, 120 billion naira. President Tinubu stated that the rise reflects his administration's dedication to fostering inclusive growth and ensuring security for all. I propose that these funds be allocated to the following transformative expenditure areas, so listed. Solid minerals to support economic diversification by unlocking the potential of Nigeria's vast solid mineral resources, which remain an untapped revenue stream and a vital pillar of non-oil growth. Recapitalization of the Bank of Agriculture, critical infrastructure projects, transportation infrastructure, roads and rails, 700 billion. Of that, 300 billion for the construction and rehabilitation of critical roads, 400 billion for light rail network development in urban centers. And then border communities infrastructure, 50 billion for military barracks accommodation. Border communities infrastructure, 50 billion naira. Military barracks accommodation, 250 billion naira. And then military aviation, 120 billion naira. And then irrigation development, 380 billion, will strengthen Nigeria's capacity for year-round agriculture production, ensuring water security and boosting food supply. Transportation infrastructure, 700 billion. That's it. And then the 250 billion for military barracks accommodation. That's it.
So you can see, Kelly, what I was saying. It's a matter of giving it budget heads or so, whatever they may call it. And all is captured. The money has been enveloped into the 2025 budget. So it's a matter of release the funds. And of course, they know the one they release fully. So, Nigerian budgetary system ordinarily should have been that as this thing happens, this one you've realized it. They are certain of this particular fund. So, whilst the essence it must go into the budget, maybe that's to legitimize it so that there won't be all that too much talking and questions about it.
Well,
Simple.
I remember this solid development, I know at the budget is the first session, there was serious argument, there was heated debate there. Daniel Lake said it was, what was given to him was not enough, and there was a lot of so now,
1 trillion. 1 trillion. That's what he has got now. Let's talk PDP. Let us talk PDP. Oh. PDP, they are giving us daily basketballs like this. So, BOT had an emergency meeting yesterday, and BOT says, well, the Turaki something committee has done an extensive review of the court papers, and based on that, they're announcing that the NWC should immediately appoint Ude Okoye as the national secretary.
Who says so?
The BOT chairman.
Okay, that's one bar.
Board of trustees of the PDP. He only spoke for them.
I know.
The chairman spoke for them. He should do it immediately. But at the National Assembly, when Abamoro staged a strong case for the opposition party, asking that Ned Woko should lose his seat, Akpabio asked him, so we know the matter is in court. Who is the national secretary? He said, from the Court of Appeal ruling, Senator Sam Anyanwu is the national secretary of the party. That's the senator from that's Benue State. When the governors met, the governor said Ude Okoye should be sworn in as the national secretary of the party. My question is simple, and this brickbat will continue. One of two things. Should the Supreme Court hasten hearing Anyanwu's appeal so that this matter is decided? Or should the PDP wait for the Supreme Court to decide on the matter? Which will be better for us to have some sanity? I'm up with anymore.
I don't see how we can have sanity in an insane environment.
Okay.
Insane political environment. And insane in the sense that it is almost becoming a logical part of the structure of the political party system we are running. Where the PDP is where the ruling party wants it to be at this time.
Okay.
It's becoming interesting for those of us who, students of Nigerian politics, who pay attention to look deeper into the landscape, to look for trends, issues, and tipping points. It's becoming interesting. You begin to wonder whether this game plan, whether the former legislators, the 27 legislators from the River State House of Assembly, did not jump the gun of a carefully crafted process to derail the PDP, which they became privy to, but got their calendar wrong. God pushed them into a wrong calendar for their decision. Because just at the level of the National Secretary of the PDP, you've established a crisis at the national level. So if this had happened like 1 year and 3 months earlier,
nobody would argue with their grounds for defection.
Nobody would have argued. So did somebody get exuberant at the planning stage, thinking that the thing would happen sooner? In which case he wanted to be the benefactor or the beneficiary of the arrangement within in his state, being River State, and asked his people to announce their movement which turned out to be jumping the gun, because as at that time, the plan had not been hashed fully. That's something we need to bear in mind. So River State is paying a price for the what we'll call the premature plan of a national cabal working hard to derail PDP as a political party that could be taken seriously in the face of contending issues arising towards 2027 political campaigns.
Okay.
That's one point. The second point is tying PDP down in court with, don't forget that it's not just the National Secretary that has become contentious. The question of Damagun's position repeatedly had been contentious, but not court determined.
Okay.
We do not have the PDP struggling in court to try and force him out as yet. But it is
it's also an issue that
they are trying to deal with. So you see that gradually PDP is being caged carefully by even agencies and agents of the party who should have been working for its viability.
Okay, so let's the Iron Wolf saga.
Yes.
He has an appeal at the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Court of Appeal has given a stay of execution of that judgment.
Yes.
But the other arms of the party are saying that he should step aside. Can that work? Or do they know something we don't?
In a democracy, if those you're working for come together and say, we are voting you out, all it requires is to ensure that they have legitimacy to do so. The National Working Committee, the BOT, do they have the legitimacy? If not, which is the legitimate body? Why can't that legitimate body be summoned to make a decision?
And that's because since obviously the PDP has, they have a split within their ranks. It is very clear. But
Which party does not have a split
even
within
if
their
they were
ranks?
to be united, if one has taken an appeal to the courts, shouldn't that be considered in whatever decisions they will make?
Yeah. It is also because the politicians themselves are now in the mood to trash the courts because they've actually conquered the judicial system. So they are the first not to respect the opinion, the judicial opinion, no matter who expresses it. So you find a situation where whether it is PDP or even Labour Party, there is a desire by the political class not to respect the decisions of the judicial institution, because the judicial institution turned out to be their partner in the process of undermining democracy in Nigeria.
Okay, maybe Labour Party will be a little different because Abure was facing a similar fate. He stood his ground, he went to court, he won. First court of instance, he won. Court of appeal, the judgment for court of appeal is a bit hazy, but so far it all points to affirming him as the leader of the party, and everybody appears to be falling in line. INEC in particular, they acknowledge him now as the national chairman of the Labour Party, as well as his national working committee. So, in terms of
is INEC complying as a trend of compliance across the country in the way INEC relates to other parties, or is it cherry picking? When it suits them, they decide which one they want to comply with.
Well, for most of the cases that I'm aware, that INEC has been dragged to court. For most of those cases that INEC have won, they've complied. They have lost, they have also complied.
Oh, that's good news.
Yes.
It's what investigating.
Well, Kelly, you see that where there is a judicial pronouncement in form of a ruling or a judgment, I don't think any opinion of any group at all is needed. No, it doesn't. It has to comply in the time, within the time that pronouncement comes. They have to bring themselves under that pronouncement.
So the PDP
The
should
PDP,
wait.
of course, has to wait, for instance, for the Supreme Court. Because remember, the appeal court ruling or judgment, as they may call it, I may not be able to say exactly what it's called. I think it's in favor of Anyam.
No, it's in favor of
Ude Okoye. Thank you very much. Now that it's in favor of Ude Okoye, and a lot of people, including the BOT, is angling for him to take over, which of course is what the appeal court has prepared him for. But Anyanwu has gone to the Supreme Court, lodged an appeal, and according to him, has a stay of execution. Ude Okoye should wait. Ude Okoye, invariably, the PDP, with all its machineries, has to wait until the Supreme Court gives its verdict. If they do anything, they may, because it depends on the majority. For democracy to thrive, what they call democracy, which is not in Nigeria, for it to thrive, there must be a majority. Now, if the majority in the PDP overwhelms the minority, which is expected, Ude Okoye starts, and the Supreme Court comes out with a verdict that favors Anyanwu, Ude Okoye is still going. So why not wait and then manage themselves until that? In other words, if there is a possibility of accelerating that judgment or
the Supreme Court should.
Good. That's what should happen. The way I think.
Okay.
Yes, the hearing. That's it.
Really, I'm a bit confused. I don't know what. Is there really a stay of execution?
We understand there's a stay of execution. In fact, let's assume that we have not seen. Senator Abamoro will not lie on the floor of the Senate.
Don't they lie on the floor?
This is why I'm saying this. This is why I'm saying this. This is why I'm saying this. All right. His account is when he was asked by Akpabio, right? He would have just said what the NWC, the BOT had said. It is Ude Okoye. So there's no controversy. But he said the Court of Appeal in a stay of execution says it's Anyanwu because he acknowledged that the matter is in court. The matter is actually in court.
So he said, yesterday when I actually saw him, in fact, I got a bit confused. Initially, when he spoke and mentioned that, I thought he was making a mistake. I had to wait for him. He repeated himself before I said, okay, cool. Well, and when he even added senator, because I know Ude Okoye is not a senator, that was when I got convinced that maybe he actually means Anyanwu. And I was wondering, in the first place, Abamoro, I'm not sure he's a lawyer. The BOT was mindful to set up a committee headed by
a lawyer,
a senior advocate of Nigeria. Said, look into this for us, and then let us give us an informed maybe opinion, so that we can proceed from there. And I thought that before the BOT came out yesterday, it was on the strength of that opinion expressed by.
Yeah.
That was how they came out to say, look, this is where we stand. So that's why I asked again whether there is truly a stay of execution. That this their own person with senior advocate of Nigeria wouldn't know, and that in all his reviews actually couldn't come to that point to say that, see, by the ruling or by the judgment of the appeal court, there is a stay, or that there has now been a stay from the Supreme Court. If that bit of information will be hidden from him, and then the BOT, entire BOT, Wabara himself being a lawyer, all of them will not come back to say. So why would I take Abamoro's information or whatever he has said, his position, not superior to the one of the BOT?
Okay.
How many are they? And I'm sure there are more lawyers in that BOT than Abamoro. So, in all of this, where Abamoro stands, it of course became obvious to me by what he said in that place. Because when the question was put to him, well, for me, I thought he would have just gone ahead to say, this is what our position is. The NWC, the BOT, this is the position.
But don't you think it was a leading question? Deliberately designed.
Of course. Maybe Akpabio himself knows the minds or the position of Abamoro.
Yes.
And Abamoro using his position as the minority leader. Of course, as far as the Senate is concerned, he has given his own. Who knows if you had asked the individual members of PDP in that same Senate, you would have gotten something different.
Yeah.
So what do you think should happen now? That's why I asked the question. Wait for the Supreme Court, or the Supreme Court hastens the hearing of this case?
Ultimately, Supreme Court will still hear whatever you do or don't do.
So why not just wait?
Supreme Court will hear.
So why not just wait?
Why would they now hold themselves down because of Supreme Court that will eventually come and undo or do whatever they will do?
Okay. Engineer Dekai.
Kelly, that boils down to the fact that I'm liking to a man who, if he does not get what he wants, then everything scatters. Because the whole situation is trailing down to one man. And let me come back to that same word again today. This is a party, a very formidable, structured party called PDP, who from 1999 till date have been very formidable. What has happened within the context of this time that the party cannot, the center cannot hold again? What has happened, Kelly? You've gone to some place, court have said this, you said you want to appeal to the Supreme Court. By their checks, there's no stay of executions. If I have some judgment on me, I have the ones they apply to. I can give it to you.
Please share
There's
them.
no stay of executions.
Please share
from the
them.
Supreme Court.
Please share them.
I will give it to you just by my phone.
No,
there.
can I ask a question? Is it not a fact of life that once a matter has gone on appeal, it automatically implies a stay of execution?
They say that's not the case now. That's what I'm hearing now. They say that's not the case now.
That's not the case.
That's what I'm hearing now.
Early before now.
It's what I've always known. But they say it's not the
Appeal
case.
to make a pronouncement on it.
But are you
But
aware?
Supreme Court,
Are you also aware that the appeal court has declared a stay of execution on this same matter?
On either side.
Are you aware?
I'm aware of that on either side. I'll send you the judgment.
No, the Court of Appeal has said for the fact that this matter has gone to the Supreme Court, stay execution of this judgment. Are you aware?
So who takes charge?
Nobody.
When they say stay execution of this judgment, status quo remains now.
The status quo continues to wreck the structure.
Whether it wrecks or not, I'm looking at the part of law, on the side of law.
No, you look at both sides.
If they say, stay action, do not proceed further. There's a judgment that says this is what you should do.
The intentment of that law.
Someone has appealed it to the Supreme Court, and another comes to say, don't proceed. What it means is, you people, the parties, remain.
This matter is going to the Supreme Court
until the Supreme Court decides. Who says Okoye is the solution for the PDP now?
No. But it means that the existing structures of the party can no longer work with Anyanwu because he has lost their confidence.
If he wins,
1 minute.
I'm sorry, sir. If Anyanwu wins at the Supreme Court,
yes,
would the members of the BOT and some of the NWC resign?
Some of the things they would have needed to do before the Supreme Court gives the judgment.
I've done it.
If you say stay execution, you've paralyzed them.
There is a stay of execution. I'm aware that the Court of Appeal has given a stay of execution of that judgment. I'm aware. Those that want to deny, no problem. But I am aware. If there is a stay of execution, are we saying that in this country that everybody wants to be mad, all of us should join to be mad forget about that state execution and insist that Ayamu must be national secretary of the PD, or Udo Okoye must be national secretary of the party. Because if Ayamu remains, the structures of the PDP will be destroyed completely.
Yep. Yes, that's what it means.
Okay, so let's destroy the courts now.
No,
somebody went to court. Somebody went to court to get clarification. Set us right on this order. This man insists that he has this position. The court said, no, this man cannot insist. From what we have seen, the arguments here, this man cannot insist. He sacked. That man took an appeal to a higher court. He lost at the higher court. Why can't we wait few minutes for the Supreme Court to give a pronouncement? So is it that few weeks or months that the PDP would vanish into thin air?
There are many decisions that will be taken within this period of time.
Yeah.
And if the party is not functioning, the party is going down.
Yeah.
And the fall of the party will make invariably just the APC to have a very one-party system in Nigeria.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's the interest of some few people.
Okay, so disobey the orders of
No, Kelly. The interest of few people is to see that because they are working in that government, is to see that they destroy this one, hold you down, just pin you down.
What about the orders of court?
Pinning you down, whichever way they want to do it.
What about the
including the orders of court that you are referring to?
Okay. Fine face, 2 minutes, doctor. PDP crisis. BOT says BOT says Udo Okoye. Okoye says it cannot be. Ayamu says it cannot be. And I'm asking, why not wait for the Supreme Court?
Exactly. I think I've also listened to some people speak on this, and they are saying that some of the actions they are taking may tantamount to, I think, contempt of courts. Because the Supreme Court is already sitting on the matter, not court of first instance, not appeal, Supreme Court. He's sitting over the matter. And they are taking certain actions that are not supposed to be taken. I think the crisis on the day of the fight at the party secretariat, some people said that they have to wait till the Supreme Court makes pronouncement on the matter. But I'm surprised this is still going on in this manner. And the defection yesterday on the floor of the National Assembly was very apt and clean. And Abba Moro was just on his own when he was trying to say there is no crisis in the PDP. We could see crisis in the PDP. The crisis in the PDP now is even deeper than what it was when the 27 lawmakers in Rivers State defected. So it is so clear and glaring. And I think that they need to wait for the court to make pronouncements on this matter.
Point of correction. At the time the 27 former lawmakers defected, there was no crisis.
There was no crisis.
No, but he said so.
Yeah.
He said
it's deeper than what it was.
No, but it had started then.
Yeah,
it wasn't loud.
It wasn't
It was started. It had started, but it wasn't loud.
It was not known to you and I.
No, it was.
No, there was little thing.
I was not aware of
it
any
was.
crisis.
There was no such crisis.
No, sir.
Kelly, I was not aware of any crisis.
Sorry, sir. Please. It was there. Not as loud as it is now.
I don't know about that.
That's fine.
I
But
don't
it
know
was
about that.
it was there.
And
but
it was still around the
the same
secretary
because he was going to contest the governorship position,
Exactly.
and stakeholders in the southeast had asked that someone else occupy that position.
Yeah.
So he was there.
Crisis?
It was not a serious.
We're speaking English. Maybe I
Because
should learn my language.
it's English.
It was there, but not as loud as it is now.
As at the time of the defection,
Please, find face. Let me hear you continue.
as at the time of the defection, you cannot say there was crisis. It's very clear.
Thank you.
But what we have now is very glaring.
Yes.
Everybody could see
Now
it.
you have
And
crisis.
is okay.
and the defense on the floor was very clear. In fact, Abba Moro was just like helpless as the minority leader, because he was saying there is no. Everybody is aware of the crisis that is ongoing. But I think that the PDP, one will expect them to try to obey the law, because if you even watch how long they ruled the country till they lost in 2015 till date, most of the institutions we have today, functioning well or not, they put them in place. So they should try as much as possible to respect those institutions, wait for the court to make a pronouncement on the matter before they take a decision. I'm even surprised that the National Working Committee of the party is involved in this, because that is the apex decision-making body, so to say, of the party. They ought to have tried to apply the principle of scapegoats. Maybe allow them to do certain things and then they wait until they're able to take some action. But now it is the National Working Committee of the party. What if in the process of...
No, it's the BOT.
The BOT, right?
It's the BOT.
Yeah. So what if the Supreme Court makes some pronouncement now? proscribing or dissolving the entire whatever for attempting, because you can't send PDP as a political party to court for any contempt, but you can send individuals that are involved. But what if the Supreme Court, being not just a court of highest court on the land, but also a court of policy, decide to make certain pronouncement that we kill the PDP or do them something that may be harder than what they are currently experiencing. So I think they should try as much as possible to wait for the court to make pronouncement before they take certain actions.
No, at that time, what will happen is they will say the courts, they are now in cahoots with those that want to destroy the PDP. That's why the ruling is coming the way it is coming. At that point, nobody would care to listen that there was an order. Obey the order. They say, no, we'll not obey the order. We'll do what we want to do. The court rules now. The court becomes enemy number one. What could they see what will be true? Call them truth. 0817-00000951, 0810951091. Again, 0817-00000951, 0810951091. Those are the numbers to call. You have 60 seconds. Please make your point within it. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Mascot.
Thank you so much. Stephen Brown, my father in the studio. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. Every other person out there, my Dr. Five Sense agreed.
Good morning to you.
Which day did the Court of Appeal give a judgment, give a stay of execution? Because I'm hearing it from you now for the first time.
If you don't agree now, just drink water, Mascot.
No,
I don't have the time. Mascot, I don't have the time. And your time is ticking. I'm not extending it by a second.
Okay. So for me, the thing is this. The Oduakoye should be the national secretary because the Court of Appeal gave him the order to become national secretary. Until the Supreme Court says Udoka is no longer the. After all, the Supreme Court has always told us that party matters are internal matters of the party. And the PDP, the legitimate organs of the party, the DOT, the Governors Forum, have adopted Udoka as the national secretary.
That's your time. Thank you. 0817-00000951, 0810951091. Keep it within 60 seconds. Amazing denial. Well, we told by the leadership of EFCC that 31-7 governors' case files had been put together for prosecution as they exit office. This was precisely under Obasanjo's second tenure. Who are those 31 governors? Kano sent this message. Of course, you're reacting to Erifai, Najatu, and Ribadu. Good morning. Today 95.1.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank. Please go on.
Yeah, I did all I got in the studio. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, let me react on the DOT issue. Kelly, first of all, let me thank you the way you elucidate about the judgment. And your guests also, let them understand that we are doing their job. And their job is to inform us, give us the right thing. Forget about who the thing affected, who did not affect. We are talking about law of the land. The last time I checked, this matter is in the Supreme Court now, and they are about to take decision on it. So, DOT should have waited till Supreme Court pronounce the judgment. If it favors the other camp, then they can now say, yes, Udo Okoye, you are the secretary. If you don't favor Udo Okoye, it favors Wike camp, then they take it. Forget about whether, because the thing now is affecting Wike camp. So let it be like that. Let us not discuss it, let us follow the law. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, Frank, thank you for your contribution. In my opinion, that professor should be pardoned. He is part of those taking Nigeria backward. He should be, he should not be pardoned. I beg your pardon. He should be sentenced to death by electrocution on that his wheelchair. Brighter from Moji. That's not how it works now. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome.
Yeah, this is Godwin from Oigo. I want to commend the GOT of PDP for their action. You know, what is happening in PDP today is because of one man who lose a presidential election. And then since that time, they don't want to hear the name of PDP again. Thank God that the DOT, they are aware of it. and now they are taking actions. I commend them. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for your contribution. Good morning, Mr. Kelly and the panelists. PDP BOT backs Mukoye as National Secretary of the party. This is a step in the right direction. The acting National Chairman, Damagum, is the architect of all the crisis in the PDP. Let the PDP rise up to their responsibility in order to retrace its steps. Owanate Clinton West sent that message. We thank you, Owanate Clinton West, for that message. Phone lines are still open. We're squeezing in messages and taking calls. So, greetings to you all. President Tinubu jets out to France on a private visit. It's obvious the president has a private business in France. In less than 2 years in office, he has visited France 3-4 times on frivolities, while Nigerians are dying of hunger and untold hardship. Abayo Kingsley from Rumukuta sent this message. 0817-0000951. Good morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. My name is I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right.
Has this question? If Court of Appeal gives a judgment or rule on the matter, is it not for the person to go to Supreme Court? Which has been went to appeal court for self-execution? I mean, I don't understand though. So the BOT of the PDP has given a position, and both the government from I think one which we should stop arresting himself. I think that the DSS is into order. DSS arrest him according to order. It's the PDP. That's just my this morning.
Thank you. I thought about this when I saw that report initially. When the Supreme Court said return to the... In fact, when the federal government took an appeal on Nnamdi Kanu's case to the Supreme Court, it was the Court of Appeal that gave a stay of execution of their own judgment. Right? Anyone remembers? But that was the case. So Court of Appeal had said, for the fact that the federal government cannot explain how they brought it to Nigeria, they have no case. The matter was thrown out. The federal government, under Malami, appealed to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
On the appeal of the federal government to the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal stayed their own judgment, execution of their own judgment.
Yeah.
So the matter
has gone to the higher court.
Okay. So that answers the question of the last caller. All right. Good morning to you all in the studio. Travel of the president private. Reason for traveling private, yet the fund for traveling is public. The privacy of the president concerning issues like this is not helping the country. Mike in Alu sent this message. Phone lines are still open, by the way, so we'll take those reactions as they come. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly, and the guests at the studio.
Welcome, sir. Please go on.
This is opening up from my order. You see, on the issue of this GOT of PDP, it is quite noted because it's just like maybe you did not have the news very well. When the son that is chairmaning the committee they set to look into the matter, the man said there is no this thing of execution, stay of execution. That the investigator has no stay of execution, and he told them that by the court ruling, the court of appeal did not even give any self-execution. As a lawyer, we understand that a self-execution will be given to the place that the person is going for appeal. The court of appeal cannot rule the matter and equally on another state give a self-execution. It's not done like that. So what the DOT has done is they are in line to what they are doing. So there's difference between what they said that the appeal court gives a self-execution when they have given ruling. So Anyanwu should relax until Supreme Court gives self-execution, which for now they have not given self-execution, based on what that fan said.
It's all right. Thank you. I'm not going to engage in the brick bats. It's not my position. If you want to hear, fine. If you don't want to hear, no issue. This is a show for all leaders and aspiring leaders in Nigeria. The in-depth analysis is invaluable. The guests are profound in knowledge, and the presenter is fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Today FM. I'm an ardent listener, and I'm also an addict. And TJ Paul Tackett. This one just appraised us with sweet words. It's nice, but we have to move on. Thank you. Rojas Okabie from Ora Bali community. Please, Governor Sim Fubara, Okay, this one is cry for help. Thank you for your message. All right. This one said there's no state of execution. It was denied. Yes, ma. Thank you. On PDP crisis, the POT, NWC, Governor, Southeast PDP Forum vehemently stated their positions, which supports the rulings of both the Enugu State High Court, recently a declarative appeal court judgment. I cannot know the law more than the whole lawyers and the 4 PDP organs. The trend of politicians using their court connections to displace stipulations of the Constitution. Let me just mention your name and move on. Ozoide, thank you so much for reaching out. And yet people tell me that I sound like I have an interest. No problem. No, they pay me. It's not the first time. Today 95.1, good morning.
Mr. Kelly, good morning.
Welcome, Eto. Please go on.
Thank you. Greetings to the house.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Kelly, Mr. President traveled back to a private visit to France and all the other countries. I wish he were a safe trip. But these are investments. This is a case of a father who eats and belly food. And while the children are sitting and watching him eating with his 2 kids, filled with food. And the children are food flattening, begging. I want to be sure it is well with him. Wherever it is, it is well with him. No problem. You should remember that when he died, they will not use money to bury him. Thank you.
What would they use to bury him now? Would they buy caskets? Would they do small ceremony? They might even do O1 BSF. Good morning. It's really unfortunate that the Tinubu government is telling Nigerians the truth about, not telling Nigerians the truth about the president traveling. And for PDP, I pity them. Until they remove Wike and hold his gang, nothing would happen in that party. The chairman of the PDP is the biggest problem of the party. Gerard from Artillery sent that message. Okay, Gold, I see your message. Thank you. Make one allow President Tinubu to breathe. The load is too much on him, I beg. Let him not only travel to France, he should also travel around the world. Kizito sent that message. Thank you, Kizito, for reaching out. Today 95.1, good morning.
Yes, Kelly, good morning.
Welcome, sir.
I greet your house.
Good morning. How are you?
Morning.
Fine, sir. Okay, Kelly.
Sir?
I'm surprised, though, with what I'm hearing, that when somebody go to Supreme Court, you will ask the person to step aside first. I think we are in this state when Federal High Court and Appeal Court delivered a judgment about Victor Oko Jumbo, and he's still there parading himself as a speaker. So why didn't he step aside and wait till the Supreme Court gives a judgment? Sometimes, some of those you are against,
Hello, sir.
I can hear you.
Stay on your point. Just stay on it.
I understand. Okay, sorry. But I only want to make my opinion. That Popo man, that Okoni man, stop bringing them.
A very good morning to you, Mr. Kelly and my respected man in the studio with you. You see, I want to tell all Nigerians, politicians today, Nigerian politicians today, in as much as Tinubu and Wike is concerned or are concerned, PDP will not easily come to power for now. Mark my words. The truth is, they themselves know that the PDP is dead already. Austin George from Port Harcourt sent this one. Now I'm reading from the traditional text channel, so let me read a few more and take calls as well. Today 95.1, call drop, call us back, 0817 0000951, 0810 9510951. For the avoidance of subsidies, I had expected the Senate to restrict our debate on defection instead of tormenting and impeding case to avoid preempting the court. Our democracy, instead of strengthening the institutions, is weakening them, including the judiciary. And until PDP dislodges the Jonas, PDAPC within them, they will not know peace. The upward review of the budget instead of its actualization is counterproductive, and maybe by 2027 our budget will hit 100 trillion naira. Our sent this message. Thank you, Awa, for reaching out. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Elder.
Hello.
Good morning.
Honestly speaking, when I think of this Nigeria, I wish seriously. How can you tell me that every time we are borrowing money left, right, and center, and our president is busy traveling? since you came in, not up to 2 years, have you calculated the number of years, the number of places that traveled? Wasting money up and down, and yet we don't have money. We are busy. How can we be borrowing money left at our center? And our president is busy traveling to the whole world. What kind of country is this? Do you hear such a thing in some of these developed world, in the developed countries, even some in our sister African countries? You don't see their president traveling like this. The thing gets me mad. Look at the president every week, every 2 weeks they travel. And you go with a large entourage. Estaco goes in everything. They spend millions of naira. Tomorrow we go to go and borrow money. Is that not madness? No. Man, I wait for this country, honestly speaking.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Kelly and the guest. Professor sent to jail for election fraud. To my best understanding, the best brains a country can have, it's the professors. But in Nigeria here, the professors are the group of people. Wow, Daniel from Igruta. Today 95.1. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, please call us back if you can. Good morning, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Ndiko, and panelists. Fighting corruption in Nigeria humanly is so perplexed. Though I'm not a pessimist, we have rulers, not leaders, and we have become their prey because their quest is to our detriment. We will spiritually overcome corruption through God's mercy and by His word. In Isaiah 49:24-26, Gerald Bond, Port Harcourt, sent the message. Thank you, Gerald. There's nothing so special about the advice of Honorable Dakuku Petersai to the state governor for Barat that will warrant the governor to go and seek for his advice. So innocent, okay. Tinubu is over-traveling while Nigerians are perishing. Too bad. Mr. Lucky sent that message. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. Politicians in this country are very unstable, lazy, and maybe without shame. Because if not, how can you condemn me today with actions and utterances, and tomorrow you will join me in my organization to work with me? How do we justify this? Mr. Dennis sent this one. Good morning. My father's in the studio. Based on President Tinubu's private visit to France, it has become part of us because we Nigerians know what he is going to do there. Mr. Kelly, now what for our leaders? All right. Samuel Chibuzo Iwunda sent that message. The final call, Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Gemino.
Welcome, Tony Hosford. Please go on.
Yes, I'm grateful to the house.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, fine. Gemino, I just want to be as objective as possible here. I threw my weight behind dragging, Najati to court. For making that an allegation.
Sorry, whose name? The name of the lady you called?
Is it Najatu?
Okay, Najatu Mohammed.
Yes, Najatu Mohammed. Uncontested. He's working under somebody, working under a president. And that one will now treat, back as time goes on. He should go and, contest that in court. And see to it that
Tony Hosford, I apologize. So the signal is terrible. Barely could make out the things you were saying. Apologies there. Let me go to Facebook, take some contributions via the Facebook channel. Okay, I'm on X now. Let's just look at some of them from the X channel. It's 7 minutes now past 11. So let's do a few from here. And then we progress. All right. On PDP saga, some of the reactions here. Thank God I believe to Atuebu. It's now crystal clear that majority of PDP members, including BOT members, don't want Samuel Ayamo to continue as party national secretary. If your party doesn't want you to continue as the national secretary, then vacate the seats. PDP should close rank and put their house in order. Osborne Essien, good morning, Kelly. Any house or family that is divided against itself is bound to collapse. PDAPC machineries among them are really doing a good job. Confusion everywhere. That's you reacting to the PDP situation. And then Tinubu off to France on private visits. Yet another Tinubu off to. Can the president still enjoy private status on some trips? Bumada Ketima absolutely No, the president is finding a cover because of President Donald Trump. How? Everyone is trying to sit up. Hey, now, wow. Prince Will Uchechuku Na. Good morning, all. I don't understand how a man who is supposed to preside over a nation in distress will be traveling to Bermuda Triangle every now and then. I wait for my country. Okay, Facebook. A few more from Facebook. We can squeeze in. I see a number of them. Let me just go through as many as I can go through here on Facebook. Oliver Dave, Tinubu jets out to France on a private visit. Private visit to who? A public figure like the president of a nation is embarking on a so-called private visit with public funds. It's unfortunate. No wonder he said he would continue from where Buhari stopped. For PDP crisis, to me, this is the first time I'm seeing someone like Ayamu trying to eat his cake and still have it. All right. Controversial Boma puts it this way. BOT does not own the PDP. They should stop igniting fire in the party. Why can't they wait for the Supreme Court's judgment? For me, Senator Samuel Ayamu remains the National PDP Secretary. PDP BOT alliance with governors backing Odo Okoye as National Secretary is a welcome development that the BOT had done the needful by obeying the Court of Appeal judgment that recognized Odo Okoye as National Secretary of the party. Okay? Oluna John Amechi sent that one. Sam Ekere, that's why some acclaimed leaders are not worth the recognition of an elder. You don't take sides on matters involving members of your family, especially matters in court, because the outcome can earn you lifelong shame and ridicule. Okay? Onenge Briggs, Tinubu leaving the country for a private visit to see who now with public funds. As president, you don't have private life anymore or anywhere. Anywhere he is going, we should know as a country. For PDP, they are not ready. When they are ready, Nigerians will know. Olatubosun, Akipelu, Odo Okoye can't be secretary by Ayamu. This is a statement of a sinking man. Ayamu is the one who is supposed to accept the reality. Madu Oluchi, Tinubu adopting to travel trajectory of Buhari, always jetting out of the country at the expense of taxpayers. And then Odinaka Chuku Morris, it's a pity that our leaders just can't stay at home and concentrate on governance. Which one is private visit? There's no tangible reason for this particular travel. Government busy spending taxpayers' money on unwarranted and unproductive ventures. Cosmos Oyenike, Tinubu has gone to medical treatment. All government hospitals are dead, according to you. No, they're not dead. Emim Johnson, they're not dead now. All government hospitals are not dead now. They are coming and you're saying they are dead. I don't understand. Now so they go cause problem here and there. Instead of them to come together and agree in one agenda, everyone they find their pockets and belly. Okay. Whoever the PDP BOT, the Governors Forum, majority of NWC and law recognize is the authentic National Secretary. For now, Udo Okoye is the recognized National Secretary because he enjoys majority support. Joseph Oka, let me ask, has BOT power to confirm Udo Okoye as National Secretary or is it the NWC? I just see people doing media razzmatazz while the Maguma and principal members of the NWC are doing the doing. I think it's the Supreme Court that can effectively remove Ayamu, and that's until the matter is heard. Okay. Christopher Coating, good morning, Kelly and the guest. Private visit after private visit. Is it a crime to say medical check? Why call it private visit? How many private visits to France alone since May 29, 2023? Sunday, Aswa. PDP BOT affirm Okoye as National Secretary absolutely doing the needful. Same with the Magum and his allies. It's better to reform the party to have few persons than having crowd that are not adding value. Paraphrasing there. Skillful Pero, PDP should try and fix their house in order if they want to take over in 2027. Okay. So some of them I could read from there. Those are sent earliest. Okay. Amity Prince, Tinubu jets off to France. Travel and increase of all tariff have been the only breaking news since he assumed office till now. Yet, to commission even a water tank like his friend for 1 year now. He has actually inaugurated a lot of things. Yeah. Now, Hector Chris, I'm Amechi's friend, Dakuku. Rivers State is blessed with honest intellectuals. Only the very greedy politicians. Oh, my God. Oh, boy. Chikudi Gwanugo puts it this way. Court jails professor 3 years for falsifying election results. Nigeria is a country where thieves accuse others of stealing. Okay. I think that's the general post. Some of the contributions this morning. Now 14 minutes past 11. We have to close. Let's close and go. So I'd like to say thank you to everyone for being part of the conversation. Dr. Fineface, Tumnamene Fineface, Executive Director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, YIC Nigeria. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kelly, for having me. And my last message will go to the PDP. That there is a song, I think, from a river song that said, when you climb the ladder, don't throw it away because...
Don't remove the ladder.
Yeah, don't remove it because you may need it again
when you want to come down.
The PDP made them what they are today. They should not try to destroy the PDP, but settle their issues, put the party together to give Nigerians a viable alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm Apusanibor Babosofuri Brown, Managing Consultant, CEO, Grain Consulting. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure, Kelly. Would like to appeal to our listeners and to Nigerians everywhere that, look, those who are bleeding us, who are taking all of what we have in the name of being in power, are not resting. They are organizing themselves. They are digging deeper to get more from us. We, the people who are victims, should also get organized to resist and to begin to challenge this. Oppression will not stop unless the oppressor is shown his report card by the oppressed.
Thank you, sir. Engineer Dekai Richard Kadam, MNSC 2019 governorship candidate, Publicity Secretary, Forum of Concerned and Patriotic ex-governorship candidate, River State, Chiwa. You say you're going to send me those judgments. I want to see them more. I plead that you send them to me. Thank you.
Kelly, I have not said what I can do. They are already on your way to your phone.
Okay, they're not in my phone yet. They are on the way.
Because it's network. I'm just having some slow pace of network right here.
A glitch.
No. Not the one of 23 midnight. Please, I'm not that type. Okay. By the way, thank you Today FM, and let me use this very time to little bit to say congratulations to the chairman of Kano local government, my chairman, Right Chief Honorable Martins Wigbo. For his 100 days in office, and for also finding me worthy to also come and help him plan Kano local government.
Oh, that's what you were talking about. Okay, that's what you were talking about.
I must commend him for the very good stride he has done, and I must say Kano is going to be great again by our involvement.
All of a sudden.
No. We have a right man there, and by collective involvement of a very good head like us.
Yourself now.
Yes. We are ready, and we are battle ready.
Congratulations.
We'll do that. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
And then Opaka Dokubo, Vice President, NGJ Zone F South.
The eagle has landed. Oh my God! For G1. Took quite a while coming. Quite a while coming, but. Now that he's here, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I'm grateful.
We know we'll still always have you here.
Thank you. No. I will find my time and all the time to be here. Okay. I found my time to be here.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, 95.1. For PDP, honestly, I don't know what Daniel is fighting for. Exactly what does he want to get?
National Secretary. No, let me tell him. He said he doesn't do
secretary. That's the perfect answer. National Secretary.
That was voted for by people. And people say no way again.
As the National Secretary. So it is not,
his job is not completed until the very PDP.
And then the same party allowed you to go and run under the same party. So many, you've been senator, what is it? Let the party breathe.
Do we have record of politicians that let go in this country?
There is no party.
That on their own, they let go. They say, I've served them. Okay, Abike did. Abike Dabire did.
Yes. And I think this person also did. The common sense senator also did.
Benbore Bruce. Stakeholders. Stakeholders pushed him out.
Arrangement in their
Yes, stakeholders pushed him out.
Okay.
It wasn't on his own volition. No. Stakeholders pushed him out.
Brought in someone else.
It's an arrangement they have.
It's Abike, I know.
Abike stayed, I think, House of Reps. She served and she left.
And now, after since then, she has been getting massive appointments. She has been within the corridor. This NAPTIP or whatever.
Let this party breathe.
Okay.
Let Nigerians breathe.
Let the PDP
not be the gain of
corruption. Breathe.
Let the PDP breathe. Some people will tell you that the PDP, they are doing just fine. Mr. Emmanuel Induke. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians. The PDP should follow peace if ever it wants to be reckoned with in the annals of Nigerian politics. If not, it will just be climbing trees with two things in his hands, and it won't be able to stay long in that particular tree. It will fall down.
We have closed. That's our show, everyone. Thank you for being part of the conversation. Kelly Kimenjima is my name. God willing, we're here tomorrow for Friday special. All right? A very good morning to you. And thank you. And stay on this dial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Because I feel the same thing, and I'm there for whenever you need to put it all on me. All on me. Hey baby, we can dance slowly. All on me. Put your worries on me. All on me. Hey baby, we can dance slowly, and I'm there for whenever you need to put it all on me.
Ooh, you're there for me when I need you to be, 'cause I find it hard to say the words, 'cause some shit don't need an explanation, baby. I try to be strong, but I got demons looking to lean on you. I need a strong heart and a soft touch, and you're the one when I won't love. It's you and only you that can be taken away, the shit that I go through each and every day. Hey, I can't wait. In love with all your ways, your arms are where I wanna remain. Grab my waist when I start to say,
hey baby, we can dance slowly. My darling, I'll be all you need. I know it hasn't been your day, oh we, to put it all on me. Oh my darling, put your worries on me. Can't judge
Darling, I care for you more than my own self. Darling, I'll share with you all goodness and wealth. Said we can have just one night, or we can have one whole life if we play it cool. Yeah. We can have that one thing, or we can have everything if our hearts are true. Girl, slow down. Girl, let me love you. Darling, slow down. Let me get to know you.
Baby, I've been fantasizing, just looking in your eyes. You know I'm looking for more, and you're what I've been praying for. This kind of love don't come around like this. I'm not one to play around like this. It's so real, and I love how it feels. I love it when we slowly sway. I love it when we think the same thing. I love the way we move, the way we move. We can have every night, yeah. We can have every day. Ooh, I want you to. I need you. Slow down.
Let me love you. Slow down. Let me get to know you. I wanna see you tomorrow,
Not just the thrill of today.
don't let our love just be borrowed. This is the choice that we take. Girl, slow down. Why don't you let me love you?
I need you, yeah.
Slow down. Let me get to know you.
Let me get to know you.
We can have just one night, or we can have one whole life if we play it cool.
So cool.
We can have that one.
We can have that one.
We can have everything.
We can have
If our hearts are true.
Go see doctor to see what she go feed do. Big biggie bum bum, something that can make a man move. She hear say for like a done they drive Benz. The dog say on a man done they fly jet. Forget say on a man no get talents. Now she be number one boo. For minister we get 3 wives and 2 side chicks. I'm a the reason she her whole life go remain like this. I'ma remember your mama, remember your papa. You get family we still love each other. Remember your sister, remember your brother too. I'ma you fit in no be a jebota, you no come from Mula. Remember say you no come from gutter. The God the way you deserve is still very powerful. I'ma the reason. Amaka do the dirty wine. She the wine like say spring day, how it's line. You go school, you graduate with a 2-1 or 2-2. No be you don't pass, I be then they do you. Her classmates, some they look for employment, but they gas fake, so they use style, they try blend. On top group reunion, then conflicts. Now in they make a search for politician, we get 3 wives and 2 side chicks. She the reason this her whole life. She won't catch big fish. Show ya remember your mama, remember your papa. You get family we still love each other. Remember your sister, remember your brother too. Yeah. Amaka,
Cuckoo, I like to keep your bar. Don't come touching me. Don't come feeling me. This is not why we're here. This is not why we're here. I like to keep your bar. Don't come touching me. Don't come touching me. This is not why we're here. This is not why we're here. We're here to have some fun. Some cool fun. This is not why we're here. Don't come touching me. I like to keep your money. I like to keep your money. Cool fun. Cool fun. Cool fun. Some cool fun. Cool fun. Cool fun. Some cool fun. I know that you're feeling me. Me self, I'm feeling you. No need to spend money. No need to spend money. I know me self, I have my own. If you like, buy champagne. Me self, I have my own. If you like, buy Azul. Me self, I buy my own. We're here to have some fun. Some cool fun. This is not why we're here. Don't come touching me. I like to keep your money. I like to keep your money. Cool fun. Cool fun. Cool fun. Some cool fun. Cool fun. Cool fun. Cool fun. Some cool fun.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
After Oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking. So join us at 11:30 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
February 6th, Thursday morning, 11:33 on Today 95.1 FM Voice of the People. I'm Queen Chima. Welcome to Entertainment Today. right, has your morning been great one? I guess. If it hasn't, I think you still have quite a number of hours to make it worth the while. Choose exactly how you want it to go. There might be circumstances that are beyond your control, but hey, I think you can be in charge of exactly some of the things that happens today, especially your happiness. Well, we'll begin with the news. I have quite some stories here, and let's see how we can cover them this period that we have, from the news to gist to trouble. Nice conversations right on the entertainment show. Now we'll begin with the news where reggae concert is to mark Bob Marley's 80th birthday. Well, a special concert celebrating Birmingham's reggae history is to take place on what would have been Bob Marley's 80th birthday. The Reggae Origins concert will see Basil Gabidon and musicians from Birmingham Contemporary Music Group join forces on Thursday evening, today's evening, at the city's town hall. Legendary reggae singer Marley died of cancer at the age of 36 on 11th of May 1981. Gabidon, founding member of the Handsworth-born reggae band Steel Pass, said the musician would probably be as surprised as we are that the genre was growing and still going strong. It is amazing how it's just spread across the world, he said, of the reggae scene. When you hear Bob Marley's music, it's always been there. The classical and reggae fusion concert will see strings and a full band performing brand new arrangements of songs from the Birmingham reggae scene alongside some of Bob Marley's biggest hits. Gabidon said he had initially approached BCMG a few years ago to try and put the project together, but there was no funding for it at the time. I love fusion, and I think it's something that needs to be put across, that all music basically is a one music. Roots reggae band Steel Pulse was formed in 1975 by school friends who attended Handsworth Wood Boys School. Gabingdon added that the Windrush generation also played an important part in bringing reggae from Jamaica. They brought the culture, you could say the music culture, he explained. We're in age now in Britain, in Birmingham, where there's a cross-culture thing going on. We're fusing all those various cultures together, even as we celebrate Bob Marley for his 80th birthday. Well, supermodel Naomi Campbell is to appeal against her ban on being a charity trustee, claiming that a fake email address was used to impersonate her and give a false impression of her involvement. In September 2024, the 54-year-old was banned from being a charity trustee for 5 years after a UK watchdog found a mismanagement of charity funds at Fashion for Relief, which she founded. The model's representatives claim some documents submitted to an inquiry by the Charity Commission gave a misleading impression of her role in running the UK charity. They claimed there was evidence of a fake email account, which they said was used to impersonate Campbell in communications with lawyers. As a result, they said she was therefore not made aware of the allegations being made in the watchdog's inquiry and did not have the opportunity to answer them. The Charity Commission inquiry found that money raised was being spent on luxury hotels, spa treatments, cigarettes and security. At the time, Campbell said she was extremely concerned by the findings and added that she was not the person in control of the charity. Her case will come before a tribunal on Friday, 7 February. In a statement on Wednesday, Campbell said she wants to ensure that those responsible are held accountable and justice is done. Campbell added that she has fought to uncover the facts since the Commission's report, and what has been unearthed so far is shocking. I want to shine a light on how easy it is to fake identities online and prevent anyone else going through what I have been through. I want to ensure that those responsible are held accountable and justice is done. Campbell was one of 3 of the charity's trustees to be disqualified as a result of the probe last year. Bianca Helmich and Veronica Cho have been banned for 9 years and 4 years, respectively, while a probe into Fashion for Relief was opened by the Commission in 2021, with the charity dissolved and removed from the Register of Charities in March 2024. The inquiry, which looked at Fashion for Relief's expenses between April 2016 and July 2022, found that just 8.5% of funds raised were spent on grants to charity. Some some 344,000 euros has been recovered, and a further 98,000 euros of charitable funds protected, the Charity Commission said in September. Fashion for Relief had been set up with the aim of uniting the fashion industry to relieve poverty and advance health and education by making grants to other organizations giving resources towards global disasters. Well, Blake Lively's protracted legal struggle with It Ends With Us co-star Justin Baldoni has resulted in yet another lawsuit, this time from a publicist she identified in her complaints to the California Civil Rights Department. Jade Wallace of Street Relations Incorporated, a crisis management company based in Texas, filed a lawsuit against Lively, 37, on Tuesday, February 4th, claiming defamation. But according to Wallace's lawsuit, this occurred after Lively submitted a petition on January 21, asking for a deposition from Wallace, which was then withdrawn on Tuesday. Well, earlier in December, report says that in her civil rights complaint alleged that Wallace was hired by Baldoni's PR team to assist in the alleged smear campaign, claiming he weaponized a digital army around the country for New York to Los Angeles to create, seed and promote content that appeared to be authentic on social media platforms and in internet chat forums. This is not just a publicity stunt, it is transparent retaliation in response to allegations contained within a sexual harassment and retaliation complaint that Ms. Lively filed with the California Civil Rights Department, her lawyer said. Lively and Baldoni have been embroiled in a legal battle since December 2024, when the actress filed a sexual harassment complaint against him, claiming that he had committed misconduct during the film's production, and launched a retaliatory smear campaign to destroy her reputation. Well, in Nigeria, where US-based Nigerian recording artist Sheyi Shodimu has shared the profound impact that singer and record producer Temilade Tems Opiniyi's sampling of his 1997 hit song Love Me Jeje has had on his life. Well, area reports says that the 29-year-old Tems won the 67th Grammy Award for Best African Music Performance with her 2024 rendition of Love Me Jeje, a track on her Born in the Wild album. Or during a live Instagram session with UK-based media and entertainment consultant Abbas Tijani, Shodimu explained that Tems's creative reinterpretation of his classic hits breathed new life into his career and transformed his perspective on the art of music. The Money Man hitmaker said in March 2024, my partners Kola and Matthew Ohio mentioned that people were looking for me. I replied that I wasn't hard to find and asked who searched for me since I wasn't famous. They said Thames management was trying to reach me. I was in Nigeria for a show at the time. We have a company called Lifewire that produces an annual show in Nigeria. We just did Night of Queens in December. He highlighted how the remake of his song Love Me Jeje has made him quite popular. The album contained the hit song Love Me Jeje, Love Me Tender. It was released under Shakara Entertainment. This album topped the charts in Nigeria on Ray Power 100 FM and sold over 30,000 copies in the first weeks of its release. The album also earned him nominations and awards in Nigeria. His daughter is a songwriter and sings backup on many of his tracks. And lastly on the news, where Temple Company, a leading creative management and production outfit, has challenged Film One, an independent entertainment company, over its ranking of the highest grossing female in a supporting role. In a statement, Femi Salawu, head of media relations and public affairs at Temple Company, accused Film One of inaccuracies in its curated Nigerian box office yearbook 2024. Mr. Salawu specifically criticized Film One's parameters for determining the ranking, particularly after actress Bisola Ayola, the company signee, was placed 4th on the top 10 list of highest grossing females in a supporting role. The highest grossing females in a supporting role are actresses whose performances in supporting roles in movies generated the most total box office revenue worldwide. According to Film One, supporting actresses appeared in movies that generated over 20 million naira in box office revenue. The movies are selected from January 1st to December 31st. He called for a reassessment of the alleged misrepresentation of Ayola, the 2017 first runner-up of BB Niger, and her contributions to the year's cinematic achievements. We respectfully request a review of the ranking methodology and data aggregation process to ensure accuracy and fairness in representing our industry's achievements. Strategic talent advocacy is part of our service obligation to our clients as strong players in the creative industry. Mr. Salahu further stated that supporting roles were defined based on screen time and narrative impact, with supporting actors making fewer but more impactful appearances than leads. Moreover, he alleged that Film One also omitted Nancy Sime's role in Everybody Loves Jennifer, which resulted in her being ranked 5th. The traditional industry standard defines supporting roles based on screen time and narrative impact, with supporting actors having fewer but impactful appearances than leads. This established metric appears to have been inconsistently applied in the current rankings. Well, reacting to Temple's company's allegations in a statement sent to this newspaper, a newspaper, Film One reaffirmed its integrity and credibility regarding the published Nigerian box office rankings 2024. Furthermore, Film One stated that the executive producers validated and finalized the selections based on standardized industry metrics. All right, that's all on the news. We'll play this song, and when we get back, we'll get into some conversations. Well, reports says that Rema will be releasing his new music on Friday. Well, this also is a remake from a title of... Okay, I'll tell you after this break. Do stay with us.
I like to keep your bar. Don't come touching me. Don't come feeling me. This is not why we're here. This is not why we're here. I like to keep your bar. Don't come touching me. Don't come touching me. This is not why we're here. This is not why we're here. We're here to have some fun. Some cool fun. This is not why we're here. Don't come touching me. I like to keep your money. I like to keep your money. Cool fun. Cool fun. Cool fun. Some cool fun. Cool fun. Cool fun. Some cool fun. I know that you're feeling me. Me self, I'm feeling you. No need to spend money. No need to spend money. I know me self, I have my own. If you like, buy champagne. Me self, I have my own. If you like, buy Azul. Me self, I buy my own. We're here to have some fun. Some cool fun. This is not why we're here. Don't come touching me. I like to keep your money. I like to keep your money. Cool fun. cuckoo. Some cuckoo fun. Cuckoo. Cuckoo fun. Cuckoo. Some cuckoo fun.
All right, entertainment today on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I'm Queen Chima. Yes, now I'll tell you, the song is a sample, the release of Rema's song. It's a single, right? His first single for 2025, titled Baby, Is It a Crime? Now, it will be released on Friday, February 7th, which is just tomorrow. Well, this announcement comes on the heels of his appearance at the 67th Grammys, where he was nominated for Best Global Album, but which Thames claimed. Well, the song samples Sade's iconic track, Is It a Crime?, from her 1985 album, Promise, where Rema's version is expected to blend, of course, his signature Afrobeat style with Sade's soulful melody. This is something to look forward to. I'll see if I can play that song for you tomorrow, at least a little of it, just 2 minutes or 2 minutes. Sometimes these songs are just 2 minutes, 5 seconds. But let's see what the duration would be. Maybe a minute into the song, and I'll play it for you tomorrow. I really want to see this fusion, this Afro fusion, how it's going. Rema is exactly going to do this. After his album, He Is, in 2024, which was quite loud. By loud, you exactly know what I mean. Like, I feel Rema was shouting into our ears when he did some of those songs. But, this Sade's iconic crime and what he's going to fuse into it, Afrobeats, and then call it Afrofusion, I am really looking forward to it. Tomorrow, release date, by 12 a.m. tomorrow, it would be on DSPs, and you can even access it. We'll take a listen to that and see exactly what Rema does with that sampling. Now, Bobby appeared on a podcast and talked about a recent episode of the podcast is Uncolored. It's an Uncolored podcast. That's the name of the podcast, rather. And he explained that his children have been living in the UK for 2 years. And that's not the crux of the conversation, but he's cited the prevalence of alleged bullying in some Nigerian schools. Okay. Now, he recalled his experience attending boarding school in Nigeria, which made him street smart. But however, he refused to send his children to boarding school in Nigeria, according to him, due to prevalent bullying culture. In his words, my kids don't live in the country anymore. They have been in the UK for 2 years now. It started by accident. My first son has been there since 2021 in a boarding house. Well, I went to boarding school in Nigeria and it made me street smart. So I decided that my kids need to go to boarding school, but not in Nigeria because the educational system has accepted bullying, he said. Well, he also cited that the example of doctors leaving the country, stating that while new doctors are being trained, the working conditions in Nigeria are not conducive for them to stay. Well, he emphasized that it's not just about money, but also about working in an environment that values and supports professionals. He highlighted the stark contrast between working conditions in Nigeria and those in Western countries, where doctors and other professionals can work with dignity and decent infrastructure. He also went further to say that the saving grace of the country is that we've not gone into war or food shortage. We've also not had natural disasters, so we can lose 500 doctors in 1 year, but there are about 200 new doctors coming on board. It's like using balm aid on a big wound, in his words. That's why it has not blown up in our faces. So he says if the government wants to stem the tide, they check what the West overseas doing? Why are doctors comfortable going to work in other countries? It's not just the money. If you're passionate about something, but when you get to work, there's light and an enabling environment or encouragement. You don't get to fight to go to work or go back home. It may not be perfect, but at least that decency is not lost. Patients have died in Nigeria because of lack of blood or power failure during surgeries. If you're a medical doctor, would you like to work under that kind of condition? The answer is no. Well, he joins a list of celebrities who have hinted on leaving, not just moving their families, but also leaving the country. Tasha appeared on the podcast, Madam Joyce's podcast, in January, I think December or January, and she was highlighting that she had moved or planning to move to the UK. And there are quite a number of celebrities who, as much as they are making money here in Nigeria, I think maybe the man or the woman, they still their families are just outside of the country and they still come here to do their stuff, their gigs. Bovie hosted this Day Awards. It was a brilliant performance, by the way. I think Bovie is just a brilliant comedian and host, and I can imagine the money that he's making here, but he decides to move his family and outside of the country. And just talking about all of what I said to you, the work environment, bullying in school, he said. And you might recount a number of children that have experienced bullying even till death. Sad thoughts. But how prevalent is it exactly? Some schools have this in control, but that might not be the main issue. It's just the fact that he thinks his family should get a better life outside Nigeria. Well, we'll just see how all of this, he's giving his advice to the Nigerian government, how they can make the work environment quite conducive and make it enabling for people to live in. Well, while one celebrity is talking about moving his family to the UK or outside of the country, relocating to Nigeria was the best decision I ever made in my life. BBN, Big Brother Nigeria's Tolani Badge. Well, she says that honestly, one of the best choices I ever made in life was relocating to Nigeria. I'm grateful to God for the timing of my move. The thought of moving didn't make complete sense to me at the time, but it just felt right and I took the risk. It's been 6 interesting years and I couldn't be happier. I quite understand, because if you want to be a creative, maybe in the entertainment industry, a singer or actor, and you're Nigerian, you just want to try the Nigerian scene. Quite a number of them. There's Linda. That's her name, Linda Osifo. Yes, she moved from Canada to Nigeria and began her acting career. Even Shafi Bello moved where she had issues with her husband, came back to Nigeria, started her acting career. A number of them, Showale, what's her name? No, Shobi Showale, the woman who acted on The King of Boys, lead character. She was sometime outside the country. She came back and started her acting career. To mention a number of them, Jim Ike, Chidi Mokeme, they came back and started their career. Well, Jim Ike, Chidi Mokeme, they were here for some time, left and came back. So it seems like there's a buzz with the creative industry on Nollywood or music, because it kind of expands your scope and puts you out there. In 2024, Tucker Makinwa highlighted how she had left everything she was doing here in Nigeria, went to Hollywood to try to see if she can begin a career there. But she said it was really tough. She had to come back to Nigeria. Okay, so Nigerians supporting creatives like the show Big Brother Nigeria. You can count a number of celebrities who came out of that show. I mean, they came out celebrities and they are doing fine. Influencers, actors, maybe singers, or whatever path that they choose. It's just that support that comes with being popular in Nigeria. Right. Some days ago, the Minister for Health did talk about how patients from the UK and US fly to Nigeria for medical attention. And that raised brows. And a lot of people were asking questions, really, what's the statistics? How many of them? Where, and all. And as much as you can count a number of maybe not government-owned health facilities that are top notch and say, okay, maybe these are the facilities that they came to, but is the number as expansive as it should be talked about? Some celebrities are agreeing with him, and that's Daddy Freeze. He says that in the last 2 years, I personally know at least 30 people that came to Nigeria from the UK, USA, and especially Canada for medical treatment. The issues raised were unbelievably long waiting lists and costly private alternatives. This is so true. Oh, okay. Another celebrity, Stephanie Coker, she's a TV personality, also an actor. She says that using myself as an example in the case of testing a wellness check, quote, I received in the UK was £3,950 private compared to 300k naira at the top hospital in Lagos. I know it's sometimes hard to believe government officials when they say things like this, but it is true in many cases. Okay, so it's about. So let's agree that it's Nigerians coming to Nigerians, like not like we have maybe a perfect health system that even foreigners, maybe I'm just thinking aloud. But because for Stephanie Coker, she was based in the UK, and so she comes back and gets treatment here because of the price. Daddy Free says, oh, I know some people, knowing some people, maybe Nigerians, who will say, okay, I'm coming back here and it might be most affordable for me here. All right, some people say it is just cheap publicity. Well, who sent you to talk about this? It's not true, but that's okay. That's the end of our gist on entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you so much for tuning in. The World News at 12 is up next. I am Queen Chima.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM with Target, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Queen Chima. The headlines. Senate promises to reverse migration of Nigerians to overseas countries. Edo State Governor suspends the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice over financial interactions. Nigeria Customs Service to implement 4% charge on free on-board value of imports on the foreign scene. Guatemala set to allow surge of deportation flights from the U.S. Now the detail. The Senate has vowed the mass migration popularly known as Japa by Nigerians to overseas countries on a daily basis would be reversed. According to the Senate, the reversal of Japa syndrome will be at the front burner of actions by the committee because the tide must be stemmed. Speaking in Abuja at the maiden meeting of the Senate Committee on Diaspora and Non-Governmental Organizations, the chairperson, Natasha Akboti, said the committee will do this by collaborating with relevant stakeholders in the area of making Nigerians, particularly youth, to believe more in their country and not the mindset of wanting to rush out of the country. Earlier, the immediate past chairman of the committee, Victor Ume, expressed hope in the ability of Natasha to take the committee to greater heights in the area of tapping required resources from Nigerians in diaspora and at the same time making the country attractive to those at home through required collaborations. The Julius Saburi and Farouk Ibrahim-led National Working Committee, NWC, of the Labour Party has accused the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, of trying to destabilize the party ahead of the 2027 general election. The factional LP decried what it described as an ending statement with falsehood by the acting chairman of the Nigeria Labour Congress Political Commission, Professor Theophilus Ndubuako. The party expressed worries that such statements could ignite a breach of peace via negative aspersions on the integrity of the Abure, the country's judiciary, and Inspector General of Police IGP Kayode Ebetokun. LP's NWC accused Ndubuako, NLC President Joao Ajero, and some NLC stalwarts of trying hard to plunge the party into an avoidable crisis. The Labour Party said the NLC bigwigs ought to be remorseful by now for allegedly working against the interest of the party's governorship candidates in the 2023 governorship election. Speaking in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, through its National Publicity Secretary, Abayomi Arabambi, the party's NWC cited Lagos, Imo, Nasarawa, Cross River and Ogun as the states where the NLC allegedly supported the candidates of another party against Labour Party's flag bearers. The Edo State Governor, Monday Okpebolo, has suspended the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Samson Osagie. The Secretary to the State Government, Musa Ikolo, who announced the suspension in a statement, said the Governor also approved the suspension of the Chairman of the Local Government Service Commission, Damian Lawani. According to the statement, the top officials were suspended over allegations of grave official and financial interactions. The suspension, which takes immediate effect, is pending the conclusion of an investigation into the allegations. The suspension comes less than 3 months after the two officials were appointed. The Nigeria Customs Service NCS says it will implement a 4% charge on the free on-board FOB value of imports. The spokesman of the service, Abdullahi Maiwada, who made this known in Abuja, said the move is in line with the provisions of the Nigeria Customs Service Act NCSA 2023. Maiwada explained that the FOB charge, which is calculated based on the value of imported goods, including cost of goods and transportation expenses incurred up to the port of loading, is essential to driving the effective operation of the service. He further acknowledged concerns raised by stakeholders over the sustained collection of 1% Comprehensive Import Supervision Scheme, CISSV. Maiwada, however, urged all stakeholders to comply with the directive, which was conceived after extensive consultation with relevant stakeholders and organizations. According to him, under the leadership of the Controller General, Adewale Adeniyi, the service remains committed to transparency, fair trade practices, and efficient revenue management. Well, former Special Advisor to former Senate President Ken Nnamani, Sam Amadi, has identified communication and legacy as major tools for leadership advancement. Amadi further advocated for investing in the development of industries rather than merely cultivating political leaders, asserting that industries help leaders build genuine followings. Speaking at a symposium themed Leadership, Legacy and Succession, Navigating Gratitude, Loyalty and Autonomy, Amadi stressed that leaders must initiate progress to transform the lives of those they serve. He cautioned that leaders should mentor and advise their successors while stepping aside to allow them to lead according to the people's desires, insisting that only governments that invest in the people can truly be called governments of the people.
Communicate. Body language is communication. Your actions is communication. Your listening ear is communication. A leader must communicate with the state. A leader must make the people know where they are going, why they are going there. And that's why American presidents always have periodic, you see how they talk, town halls. The notion of democracy and leadership is communication. Even if you are shy, you have to communicate to your people to build that consensus to fight those who are against you. You can't fight without building a strong army. And the lubricant for strong army is communication.
Speaking in an interview with newsmen on the sideline of the event, the convener of the symposium, Joshua Fubara, stated that the program was aimed at exposing the root causes of the political crisis affecting Rivers State.
That leadership is a selfless service, to render selfless service to the people, to serve them, to project the people first with projects that have direct bearing on the masses, not to serve self, continuing from where the former person stopped. Then you see autonomy, Autonomy is not just to be yourself, to do what you think you have authority over on. Autonomy is when you are holding on to the people without proving yourself or manifesting your own project.
The PILEX Center, a civil society organization in River State, has called on the River State House of Assembly to conduct thorough visits to local governments, emphasizing the need for independent and responsible oversight. Coordinator at PILEX Center, Nsirimovo Courage, who spoke in an interview with Today FM's Sandra Kenneth, said that such visits should serve as a means to ensure that local governments are accountable to the people. He stressed that legislators must ask pertinent questions regarding budgets, development projects and service delivery, and that any local government chairman found wanting should be held accountable. While he welcomed the planned visit by the Assembly members as a positive step, Nsirimovo urged the legislative arm to avoid politicization and to maintain a focus on people-centric governance.
River State House of Assembly visiting the local government areas in River State to evaluate them is a welcome development, and it should be done with all sense of responsibility, not just a solidarity-friendly visit. It should be some kind of, independent monitoring because of the oversight responsibility of the River State House of Assembly. The local government is the nearest government, the closest government to the people, and it goes to the community, and that's the essence of democracy, to reach the people. So what is the local government budget on education? How are they spending it on education? Because governance is not a one-man show.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The 2023 governorship candidate of the Young Progressive Party, YPP, Denagogo Wenike Briggs, has called on the River State government to re-examine the qualifications of appointees in the state's educational institutions. Speaking to Today FM, Wenike Briggs expressed concern that many individuals in critical roles in schools lack the necessary qualifications. He warned the politicization of these appointments could jeopardize the future of the state's youth.
Education being the foundation of development, the pillar upon which great nations are built. Yet, here in River State, it's like many parts of Nigeria, our educational system faces significant challenges that threatens the quality of learning. Educational challenges presently in River State ranges in several areas. We have the political interference in education. In many cases, appointments and decisions making in the educational sector are influenced by politics rather than competencies. Our system often suffers from political favorism rather than merit-based improvements. Our educational system faces significant challenges that threatens the quality of learning, the productivity of our graduates, and ultimately the future of our society at large.
He also urged the River State Ministry of Education to tackle rampant malpractice in secondary and tertiary institutions, highlighting the issue of lecturers demanding bribes for grades, a practice that undermines the integrity of the state's education system.
We also have issues in poor infrastructure and underfunding. Many schools and universities lack functional classrooms, libraries, laboratories, and hostels. Many lecturers are underpaid and rarely undergo professional development. Curricular reform and teaching methods are also a factor. Our educational content is largely theoretical and not aligned with modern industry needs at all. Students are not exposed to critical thinking. Student involvement in malpractices is another issue in our institution. Exam malpractices, bribery for grades, and certificate forgery have become a common thing in our institutions today.
Drivers under the Urban Drivers Welfare Association have called on the River State government and the Commissioner of Police to intervene against alleged extortion by some security outfits. The chairman of the association, Bestman Chile, of the Choban One axis told Today FM that certain police divisions are reportedly demanding 30,000 naira for vehicles that have been impounded, in addition to other taxes. He warned that such continuous impositions could extend to other local government areas, thereby undermining business operations and opposing the benefits of the unified ticketing system introduced in 2019.
Last week, Monday, they held some of our vehicles, about 3 of them, took some to this tactical unit police at Ada George. Some of the drivers slept there for days before they were released. They paid the sum of 330,000 naira before they were released. They said they held them for their tickets and stickers. Commercial driver, we don't operate in one place. At times, your route might not flow that much. You can decide to load another area. Take, for instance, you can go to Mile 1, load Upobo. Check how many...
Stephen further cautioned that drivers might withdraw their services if these practices persist, citing recent incident at the Rumo-Limini Police Division where 2 buses were each subjected to a fee of 30,000 naira.
We buy our daily ticket, government approved ticket, and since we are not buying any local government ticket, they stopped it and brought out unified ticket. But to my great surprise, people came up with their own ticket, and this very man I'm talking about, he brought boys from Iwofe. Yesterday, he had 2 of our buses with police. They carried 2 of our buses to Lumo-Limini police station. As I speak with you now, the vehicle is still there. Because if we continue, we have no reason than to be forced to do what is not good. We beg, please, our service, we will withdraw our service, we will not give our service to the masses.
The leadership and members of the Apex Elites Club in Rumewo Odegu Community, Rumewo Unity Forum in Imoha Local Government Area of River State have commended the chairman of Imoha Local Government Area, David Omereji, for including their community among his notable achievements as he celebrates 100 days in office. The leader of RUF, Mfata expressed particular gratitude for Omereji's initiative to renovate and refurbish Odegu Community Secondary School in Rumuewo, a facility that had long been in a state of disrepair. Mfata emphasized that such interventions epitomizes the true spirit of democracy and assured that RUF would continue to support the council chairman and his team while advising them to closely monitor the project to ensure its smooth completion. Mfata also noted that since the advent of democracy in Nigeria, no governor or local government administration has undertaken such targeted interventions as those seen under Governor Siminalayi Fubara's administration.
We want to sincerely thank our own, the chairman of Emoha Local Government Area, Honorable David Omereji, for putting us on the successful list of his achievements as he celebrates his 100 days in office. We are most glad and humbled. Since 1999, when democracy came, our secondary school, the famous Odegu Secondary School, one school that is owned by the Odegu people. It is one school that is as old and ancient as the Great Okrika Grammar School and other schools. But to the greatest surprise of all, that school has been abandoned, dilapidated, one that can no longer harbor good education.
On behalf of the RUF, Mfata congratulated Governor Fubara for his leadership and developmental strides and extended his commendations to Ward 14 Councillor Wodo Nkiruka for her performance during her first 100 days in office.
But by God's special grace, I can only thank Omereji and his team at this point for remembering that school and coming to our aid, not just to renovate the classes, but they have promised to interlock and also put water. This is one school that is very famous in Odegu, ethnic nationality. So I want to assure Omereji that for us in Aru UF, we thank him, we will support him, we'll keep him in our prayers, and we'll know he will succeed. Our only advice is that please, Omereji David should man and closely monitor this great achievement he will achieve and live for the sands of time in Romeho or dead. Because everything that makes him achieve that project leaves his name on the sands of time in Romeho or dead. Because no governor since the days of Dr. Peter Odili.
And on the foreign scene, Guatemala's leader, Bernardo Arevalo, has promised to allow a surge of deportation flights from the United States as he won a show of support from U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. President Arevalo, who has been undermined by an elite that has connections to U.S. conservatives, promised to allow a 40% increase in flights, repatriating Guatemalans and others from third countries, addressing a key priority for President Donald Trump. He also said the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers would visit Guatemala to help develop plans for a more modern port. The U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a Cuban-American and fierce opponent of Latin American leftists, has quickly sought in his new role as the top U.S. diplomat to bolster ties with the region's conservatives. Arevalo said his country, a major source of migration, would accept both returning nationals and foreigners who will be sent to their respective countries. The approach is a stark contrast to Colombia, whose leftist leader demanded dignified treatment for deportees and sent planes to repatriate migrants after refusing U.S. military flights with shackled people on board, sparking a brief tariff tussle with Donald Trump. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The Senate has promised to reverse migration of Nigerians to overseas countries. The Edo State Governor has suspended the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice over financial interactions. We told you that the Nigeria Customs Service is set to implement 4% charge on free on-board value of imports on the foreign scene. You also heard that Guatemala is set to allow surge of deportation flights from the U.S. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Kori. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, lovers of the beautiful game, it's time for the Fans Arena, a 3-hour sports show that serves you the latest happenings in your favorite club sides, plus the banter and expert analysis. Are you a Rivers United, Eyimba, or Rangers fan? We have you covered. For the Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, Man United, and City fans, be sure to get updates and biggest talking points from your clubs. The top teams in La Liga, Bundesliga, and Serie A, like Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and Inter Milan, will all feature as well. The show comes your way every Saturday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM with Emeka Dina, the Odogu one of sports in the center circle. It is informative, super exciting, and highly interactive. There will be giveaways and fantastic prizes to be won. Don't miss it. For adverts and sponsorship, call 0802-556-1258. The Fans Arena. Let's enjoy the beautiful game.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support the country healthcare system. Quarterly man, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Seeking a self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ubaruba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Botumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of 3 types that can afflict men. But of these 3, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region, or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart, resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot, because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge, because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make efforts to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. respect. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time.
It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free.
Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and provide solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you all.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine wey dey produce strong, correct medicine they take dey support we country healthcare system. Quantliman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine they wey no dey come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas sabi boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine wey pass am. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree inside forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt.